lower than what was allocated for the ministry in 2024. And Mr. Speaker, donor contribution alone is 45% of this amount. So, Speaker, if you look at the programs outlined under mechanization alone, Speaker, they are going to establish 50 farmer service centers. They are going to establish modern irrigation systems under the 24-hour economy, and then they are also going to implement the irrigation for wealth creation to fully harness the country's irrigation potential. Speaker, so the budgetary allocation to the ministry is too small. Speaker, we made some observations, key ones. Speaker, the first one is about low investment in irrigation. Speaker, the minister told us that Ghana, we have about 1.9 million hectares of irrigable land, but only 226,000 is currently utilized. And also several irrigation projects which were started some time ago have either been stalled or those which have been completed are not operational. Speaker, what was disturbing was that outstanding IPCs from irrigation contracts exceed 2.2 billion, but only 100 million has been allocated. We don't know what is going to happen to the other outstanding IPCs. Speaker, we also noticed that even though the ministry generates a lot of funds internally, very little is allocated to the ministry. In 2024, for example, even though 24 million was approved, only 5.9 million was released. This is just about 25% of what was approved. The veterinary services director...
Member conclude.
Speaker,
Honourable members, please, the reports are many, so let's summarize our contributions.
I will be concluding, Speaker. Speaker, so in conclusion, I urge this Honourable House to join me in supporting the report in the approval of the budgetary allocation of 2,904,981 Ghana cedis for the services of the ministry. Mr. Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you very much, Honourable Member. Honourable Minister, any concluding remark? Honourable members, at the conclusion of the debate, as many as are in favor of the motion number 25 on today's order paper at page 7, say aye. Those against, say no. Honourable members, the motion is adopted. This Honourable House accordingly approves the sum of 2,904,904,981 cedis for the services of the Ministry of Food and Agriculture for the year ending 31st December 2025. Yes, Minority Chief Whip.
Mr. Speaker, we'll take item 26.
Honourable members, motion number 26.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to move that this Honourable House approves the sum of 807,444,639 Ghana cedi for the services of the Ministry of Land and Natural Resources for the year ending 31st December 2025. Mr. Speaker, these amounts are intended to be expended on activities of the ministry, amongst other things, for the administration of Ghana's lands, including stool lands, the management of our forest resources in sustainable ways, the Geological Survey Department, the issues of oversighting Minerals Commission, and the promotion of sustainable mining and minimizing damage to our environment, the activities of the Ghana Integrated Aluminium and Steel Development Corporation, amongst others. Mr. Speaker, I so move.
Thank you. Motion ably move. Any seconder?
Mr. Speaker, as a member of the committee, I present your committee's report.
Please do.
You should make that. You shouldn't take the chair for granted.
That is why I say please do. He said, as a member of the committee, he would like to present the committee's report. And I said, please do.
Mr. Speaker, I'll call on the table office to capture the entire report as having been read whilst I read the conclusion. The committee has due scrutinized the 2025 annual budget estimate of the Ministry of Lands and Natural Resources in the light of the monumental prospect of the sector to support the country's developmental efforts, as well as the myriad of challenges bedeviling the sector. Key challenges include low budgetary allocation, delayed releases of approved budgets, and the guaranteed menace. The committee, however, observed that the 2025 budgetary allocations to the ministry and its agencies are woefully inadequate to unlock the prospect of the sector and to address the challenges therein. Additional funds will be required to address the financial shortfalls, especially the amount of 19 million Ghana cedis required by GGSA to rehabilitate the National Seismic Observatory Center. Mr. Speaker, respectfully submitted.
Thank you. Motion moved and seconded, and it is now for the consideration of the House. Yes, Honorable Kabiru.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I support this proposed approval of a budget of 1,870,449,337 Ghana cedi for services for the Ministry of Lands and Natural Resources. Mr. Speaker, I do that mindful of the fact that in the committee's report, they are promising us that arrears owed youth in afforestation program will be paid under this particular approval, which is good news because these are young people who have rendered services to the country and with outstanding payment. Mr. Speaker, the last one I want to commend them on is the issue of GIDEC and then GISDEC, the Ghana Aluminium Development Corporation, and then Ghana Integrated Iron and Steel Development Corporation. These are babies of the previous government. His Excellency Akufo-Addo established this with the aim of raking in from our mineral deposit returns that would benefit the country. And the minister taking cognizance of that fact and budgeting an amount of 28 million and 60 million respectively for GIDEC and GISDEC is something worthy of commendation. That said, this amount is so woefully inadequate for the needed capital injection we need in this sector. Mr. Speaker, GISDEC is one of the things that we're trying to use to enhance the development of the Eastern Corridor. And I'm sure that the President would equally be concerned about that and taking measures to ensuring that those projects and those programs benefit the good people of Ghana. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And with this few words, I support the motion.
Thank you very much. Yes, Minority Whip.
If it pleases you, will you take him?
Yes, I have two people standing behind you.
So you can take either of them, and then I will conclude on our side from them.
Very well. So, Honorable Member, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker, for giving me the opportunity to support the approval of the budget estimate for the Ministry of Lands and Natural Resources for the 2025 financial year. Mr. Speaker, if we look at the allocation that was given to the ministry the past year, 2024, the ministry exhausted a budgetary allocation of 1.7 billion. When you look at the allocation for 2025, the ministry is supposed to have 1.8 billion for consideration and approval. However, under the observations, you realize that a lot of the resources that are going to be given to the agencies under the ministry are all being cut. If you look at that of the Minerals Commission, the report indicates that the Minerals Commission submitted a budget of 720 million Ghana cedis. However, this budget is allocating almost 60% of their budget, which is 493 million. Now, if you look at the functions of the Minerals Commission vis-a-vis the fight against illegal mining, and then our quest to improve on our capacity to maximize our mineral resources, then this huge budgetary reduction for the Minerals Commission is very worrying. Mr. Speaker, if you go back again and look at the funds for the Office of Administrator of Stool Lands, the budget is allocating 269 million. And according to them, these resources is also very inadequate for their administration. Similar challenges are faced by the Ghana Boundary Commission and that of the Lands Commission. In as much as, Mr. Speaker, we want to admonish the Ministry of Finance to improve on its revenue distribution, it is very clear that the Ministry of Lands and Natural Resources is heavily underfinanced.
Conclude.
And so, Mr. Speaker, I'm going to encourage the Minister of Finance that getting into the media review, special attention should be given into resourcing the Ministry of Lands. With that, Mr. Speaker, I want to join my colleagues in seeking for the House approval for the Ministry of Lands and Natural Resources 2025 financial year. I thank you for the opportunity.
Minority Chief Whip.
Speaker, I rise to speak in support of the motion for the approval of the advertised amount in lieu of the Ministry of Lands and Natural Resources. Let me focus on just a few observations. Speaker, a matter that comes up has to do with the capping of the IGF of the agencies under the ministry. We do know that the government has set out to uncap most of the statutory funds. In the spirit of uncapping these funds, I think the tentacles of that spirit should be extended to the agencies under the ministry. It's so important, and this is a matter we can have a discussion on, and I'm sure we can engage the minister on this for it to take effect. Speaker, the payment of the youth in afforestation, we all know the importance of the afforestation, the National Afforestation Project. We have a huge outstanding, and we want to employ the ministry to navigate properly, to find the necessary oxygen, and make sure that our youth affected are paid. And the Deputy Whip he presented the report. It should be the conduit to carry the message to the minister that all the outstandings are paid. Our youth are bleeding. Speaker, the matter related to the Geological Survey Authority is so grave, and I cannot emphasize more. I recall during the vetting, the Honorable Minister has said that as part of effort to fight galamsey and irresponsible mining, he's going to ensure that there is categorization of the stakeholders in the mining industry. And he has said that one of the key factors is the Geological Survey Department, because they are going to help in the categorization. Speaker, here we are. The oxygen, the necessary oxygen that the Geological Survey needs to prosecute on this noble agenda is being denied. What is given to them is woefully inadequate. I hope now that we have good board coming on board, we can make consideration to take care of the Ghana Geological Survey. It's so important, because they will be able to tell the places that we have mineral deposits, so that people can mine more responsibly. It's important we take very good notice of this observation. Speaker, the National Seismic Observer Center, they have a mandate to monitor and give us information ahead of time of indications of the risks of earthquake incidents. We got the funding gap of some 19 million. It's so bad. And Honorable Rep, we have to take good notice and make sure, even if we cannot produce or provide all the 19, we should do something about it. It cannot be left in the way it is. So having said this, I think we are moving ahead. The earlier speaker spoke about the Ghana Boundary Commission. We passed the bill into an act. Now we have the Boundary Commission Act. I may recall all we had to go through to get it passed. The funding again becomes a challenge. Speaker, the big fish here is Galamsey. We can't pretend about it. I'm disturbed. I've come through all the report. How many pages? 19-page report. Not a dedicated expression on Galamsey. Why? There should be some. The minister had told us at the vetting we are going to do categorization, blah, 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 blah. This is in your budgets. For a whole year budget, no dedication to Galamsey fight. It's regrettable. It's totally regrettable. No, you can't justify this. Speaker, I think there should be further engagement, and I will employ the committee that they should further engage the minister. There should be definite expression for the fight against Galamsey. We can't leave it as it is. Passing statements and sweeping statements being made in this regard cannot hold and cannot justify the inaction. So we are, in as much as I speak in support of the motion, I think these observations should be teased out. And the minister, thankfully, is one of us. And he's not a difficult person. Some of these things, we should find a way of reinforcing it and dealing with this matter. Let's let the public know. You had told them you were going to fight Galamsey. You said we have failed. That's why the Ghanaians voted against us. You are now at the helm of affairs. Show us the way. Show us the... I'm concluding. So, I'm concluding on the Galamsey, and also urge the minister that he should probably come back to the House and give us a better particulars on his actions to dealing with the Galamsey menace. I thank you, Speaker.
Members, at the conclusion of the debate, as many as are in favor of the motion number 26 on today's order paper, page 7, say aye. Aye. Those against say no. All members, the ayes have it. The motion is adopted. This August House approves the sum of 1,817,449,639 Ghana cedis for the services of the Ministries of Lands and Natural Resources for the year ending 31st December 2025. All members, before moving on to the other item, let me acknowledge the presence of New Joburg South Youth Parliament, led by Emmanuel Asari, who is their speaker, and they are from New Jobin South constituency, 51 in number. Also, pupils from King's Heaven Montessori School, led by Mrs. Hannah Ayson, proprietress of the school. They are from Garnoff, 70 in number. Atomic Hills Basic 1 School, led by Ebenezer Nyako Kujo, teacher. They are from Domi, Kwabenya. They are 62 in numbers. Honorable members, on behalf of the entire House and myself, I wish our dear visitors and students a fruitful stay in Parliament. Yes, Honorable Deputy Majority Whip.
Mr. Speaker, we are taking item 30.
Honorable members, item number 30.
Mr. Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity. Mr. Speaker, I rise to move that this House approve the sum of 838,685,221 Ghana cedi for the services of the Ministry of Communication, Digital Technology and Innovation for the year ending 31st December 2025. Mr. Speaker, these sums, amongst other things, is intended to support the ministry's work in the implementation of the National Rural Telephony Project, a project that is very dear to many MPs here, especially those of us from rural communities. The work of the Ghana Meteorological Services, whose works help farmers, air navigation and other things in this country. The completion of the phase 1 of the Digital Youth Village, the management of the activities of Ghana Post, the cyber security and many other organizations under this ministry. Mr. Speaker, I so move.
Motion moved. Any seconder?
Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity. I second the motion for the approval of 838,685,421 Ghana cedis for the telecommunications industry. Mr. Speaker, this is very, very critical, considering the fact that the budget for the communication industry has been reduced this year significantly. And at the committee, we wondered how the ministry will be able to implement 8 projects with this amount that has been allocated for this year. Mr. Speaker, as indicated by the mover of the motion, it is very, very important that as a country we do not move, leaving behind over 5 million Ghanaians who are either underserved or don't have rural connectivity at all.
Please,
so, Mr. Speaker, on this premise, I second the motion. Thank you.
Motion moved and seconded. Report presented, and it is for the consideration of the House. Yes, Honorable OPK.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I rise to comment on the motion for this House to approve the sum of 838 million for the services of the Ministry of Communication, Digital Technology and Innovations for the year ending 31st December 2025. Mr. Speaker, whilst doing that, I wish to highlight some key points in the report. First has to do with the performance of Ghana Post. Mr. Speaker, the committee was impressed with the performance with the financial performance of Ghana Post Given the improvement in its revenue generation efforts and the introduction of innovations, particularly in the view of the general perception of reduction in the patronage of its services and the advancement of technology. Mr. Speaker, I'm sure this accounts for reasons why the erstwhile administration at Ghana Post intended to employ a lot more people to help in its delivery of its services. But today, persons who have been employed under Ghana Post are being sacked and told to go home. Mr. Speaker, I also wish to highlight Ghana's effort in its cyber crime efforts in the cybersecurity space. It's interesting to note, Mr. Speaker, that Ghana today is ranked as the second highest on the continent. In fact, an improvement from 2014, where we were ranked 34% on the continent. Today, Ghana is doing 99.27%, and we're on tier 1. It's a very significant improvement, and we need to highlight these key points. Mr. Speaker, I also want to touch on NITA. Government, through its efforts, is doing everything possible to improve on the services of NITA. But I also want to clear an impression that is being created from the ministry that NITA, as at February 2025, had only 25 Ghana cedis in its account. Mr. Speaker, it is not true. The 25 Ghana cedis in NITA's account was as a result of the sweeping of money by the Controller and Accountant General. So that impression should not be created that the erstwhile administration left just 25 Ghana cedis. It is as a result of the fact that the Ministry of Finance, through the Controller and Accountant General, decided to sweep the accounts of NITA. Mr. Speaker, the monies owed by NITA, should be borne by the Ministry of Finance, because it's part of the entire smart home project that is being run by central government. So NITA certainly is performing well. NITA do not owe that impression. Mr. Speaker, in concluding, I want to highlight the fact that 100 million Ghana cedis for the 1 million coders program is inadequate. In fact, in the manifesto of the NDC, we were told that they are going to invest some $3 billion in the 1 million coders program. Mr. Speaker, 100 million of the 3 billion is just 0.2% of the monies we were promised. And it's turning out to be that this whole program may be 419, and the Ghanaian youth are highly expectant of it. So, Mr. Speaker, in concluding, I am worried that the budget allocation to the Ministry of Communication has been slashed. I am worried that the flagship program of His Excellency the President, the 1 million coders program, has not been given enough oxygen. And I'm worried that Ghana Post, which is performing extremely well per the reports that we have gotten, today staff of Ghana Post are being laid off, are being sacked, and it's a growing worry that we all must check. With this said, Mr. Speaker, I support the motion for this House to approve the budget for the Ministry of Communication and Information. Thank you very much.
Yes, Honorable Dr. Kabiru. Yes, Honorable Linda.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity to also contribute to the report. Mr. Speaker, when we met at the committee level, we observed that if you look at the important role of the Ghana Meteorological Agency, they play a very crucial role. But unfortunately, some funding challenges are being faced. And the House has passed an act for the Meteorological Agency 2004. That gives them an opportunity to receive some money from Aviation Authority. But unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, this issue has become a turf war between them and the aviation. The releases are not being done. And we have to bring this to your attention as a House, as a leader of this House, to see how we can get compliance to this particular act so that these monies can get to the meteorological departments. Mr. Speaker, another issue that we realized was the importance of the rural telephony projects. Mr. Speaker, if this project is properly handled, the whole country will be connected and there will not be communication challenges. But unfortunately, the money for them or allocated to them is about 100 million Ghana cedis. And we think that as a house, we want to make a special appeal to the Minister of Finance to see how best they can increase this allocation, because communication is a very, very important area and we should not gloss over it. Mr. Speaker, maybe to add a little to it has to do with the digital youth village, which is about 70% completed. This is also another laudable project. Although there have been some commitments from the government to support them with about 80 million Ghana cedis, we think that looking at the digitalization that we are all championing in this country, if we don't commit enough funds to complete this project, it's going to affect us. With these few words, Mr. Speaker, I support that this House approves the allocation for Ministry for Communication. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Yes, members. At conclusion of the debate, the question is, as many as are in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. This House accordingly approves the sum of 838,685,421 Ghana cedis for the services of the Ministry of Communication, Digital Technology and Innovation for the year ending 31st December 2025. I think the item number 27 is ready.
Mr. Speaker, I want to go back and take item 12.
Before 27?
Yes.
The minister is here.
Yeah, after that we'll take a break. Trade.
Very well. Motion number 12.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to move that this Honorable House approves the sum of 65,899,456 Ghana cedi for the services of the Ministry of Sports and Recreation for the year ending 31st December 2025. Mr. Speaker, these sums, amongst other things, is intended to help the ministry oversight the activities of sporting in our country, including the development of a new sports policy, the rehabilitation of some stadia, establishment of the National Sports Fund, amongst other things. Mr. Speaker, I so move.
Motion ably moved. Any seconder?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to second the motion that this August House approves a budget allocation of 65,899,456 Ghana cedis for the Ministry of Sports and Recreation for its activities in the 2025 financial year. Mr. Speaker, before I present your report, I want to take the opportunity to congratulate the Black Stars of Ghana for a yeoman's job done last week and last Monday by defeating the Chadians in the World Cup qualified series and also the Madagascans in faraway Morocco. Mr. Speaker, I present your report and I urge the Hansa Department to capture the entire report as same as being read, whilst I concentrate on the observation and recommendation. Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member, conclude.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, the Committee observed inadequate budget allocation, reduction in internally generated funds, delays in the release of funds, construction and maintenance of AstroTurf's sports development to promote job creation and refurbishment of sports infrastructure. Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, the committee envisaging the potential of the new Ministry of Sports and Recreation to promote healthy lifestyle, develop sports talent, build patriotism among the youth, and foster national cohesion calls for adequate resource allocation to the ministry to enable it to achieve its policy objective. Mr. Speaker, I so move.
Honourable members, motion moved and seconded. Report duly presented, and it is for the consideration of the House. Yes, Honourable Member.
Right Honourable Speaker, I rise to support the motion that this Honourable House approves the budget allocation of 65,899,456 for the Ministry of Finance, for the Ministry of Youth and Sports, on the order paper, page 9, number 37.
Honourable Member, it is Ministry of Sports and Recreation.
Sorry, Ministry of Sports and Recreation. Right Honourable Speaker, this is a new ministry, and the budgetary allocation for this ministry is woefully inadequate. And I plead that the Finance Minister, in his in November, will also increase the budgetary allocation for this ministry. Right Honourable Speaker, I also take this opportunity to congratulate the Black Stars on their victory, and also pray for them that we will qualify for the next World Cup. Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker.
So they should give us more victories. Yes, Honourable Member, you have the floor.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. I also rise to second the motion as moved, and particularly to urge that the Reform Ministry should also take particular interest, especially in the recreation aspect, and get Ghana working. Because we all know that there are dotted number of key faith clubs around, and sometimes when we have important and well-coordinated, organized activities, it boosts the health of our young people. You walk on the street and you see very young people dying, and you have young people getting hypertension and heart-related diseases, and this all goes with the fact that there's less exercise ongoing. So the ministry's reformed name, we should also look at the budget allocation and see how mid-year we should put a lot more allocation into supporting the various key faiths around. We are on the mountains. I mean, you see the Ebri Mountain Walk, and then the Dukum Association Health Walk, and all across the nation. The ministry should pay particular attention. I'm also very excited that the report captures that Ghana hosting the 13th African Games indicate the fact that we presented the largest number of contingents ever in the history of our sports fraternity, and the fact that we also won a lot of medals and captures a lot of improvement and establishment of sporting facilities dotted across the country. I will urge the ministry that maintenance has been an issue, and if we want to continue developing our sports and get the youth engaged, these facilities should be, the maintenance aspect should be very, very important to the ministry, so that these facilities will last for us and the young guys will get this facility to develop talent. On that note, I second the motion. Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker.
Thank you very much. Yes, leadership. Yes, they are yielding to you. Before you came, we agreed on only 2-2.
Oh, you've taken a decision. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I decided to contribute to this particular motion because during the debate I raised an issue, and I really want to raise that issue and expect that the Minister for Finance will speak to this particular issue. If you look at the massive infrastructure development because of the All-African Games that this particular ministry or the former ministry undertook, they would need a lot of capital injection to be able to keep these facilities well. It is the more reason why the sports minister says that, or sports and recreation minister says that, looking into the future, they want to rehabilitate a number of stadia, including Baba Yara, Cape Coast, New Dubiasi, and all this. But Mr. Speaker, when I go to page 8 of the report that the chairman presented, there is no capex. There's no capital expenditure. It's zero. It's the reason I want the finance minister to speak to this particular. Well, the finance minister should be the one telling us that. I want the finance minister to speak to this particular issue because sports is so important to all of us. Especially football is so important to all of us. The facilities that they are building, what the man wants to do, what the minister wants to do. You cannot have a situation whereby this minister has nothing for capital expenditure. Zero, nothing. Not even 10 million Ghana cedi for him to be able to use to at least take care of the pitches and especially the astroturfs that are there. I know the National Sports Authority will use their IGF to take care of some of the major ones. But if you want to really go in there to do proper renovation, you need capex. So I want to find out from the Minister for Finance, should speak to this, whether they're going to use the big push to do it, what they're going to do. To have zero, nothing, I don't think it's good. And you are going to have a situation whereby Ghana is almost qualifying for the World Cup, and you need to be able to keep the place, to keep the people moving and make sure that your facilities are kept in good shape. Otherwise, all the new facilities we build, if we don't start looking after them properly, Mr. Speaker, I tell you, in a year or 2 years' time, we are going to have a big problem. And so the minister really needs to find some money from this budget and then push it to the capex. Even if he gets 100 million somewhere or 50 million somewhere, it will help the minister. Otherwise, the minister will go there and will only get goods and services. And the goods and service also, Mr. Speaker, is just 28 million. It's absolutely nothing. It will not even last him the first quarter. Well, first quarter is almost gone. Second quarter, by June, it's gone. So I want to really plead with the minister that we should look at it. Anyway, Mr. Speaker, the power is us. The power to be able to vary is really in this house. And I think leadership should take up this matter and find a way of varying some money somewhere and put here. We cannot increase the budget, but we can vary. We can reallocate. So by the time we are going to do the appropriation, we should find some money and make sure that this ministry has some capital expenditure to be able to undertake all the projects that they want to take. It's a very important ministry. Mr. Speaker, most of the young people, they are all into sports. The schools, the young people, it makes people happy. When you are sad and you go and the sports and the Black Stars win or somebody wins, you are happy and you are jumping up and down. You forget momentarily all your problems. And it's like drinking. You take some small alcohol and then it makes you look happy. But when they win, you're happy. Everybody's happy. Everybody jubilates. So the sports minister should be supported. That's why I decided that I needed to make this particular statement. I want to see at least the sports minister gets some capital expenditure and can spend. We cannot leave it only to the discretion of the finance minister or the president to say, oh, we will do it. But it should be there. So he knows that is there and plan towards it. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Leader, after you have yielded to him.
Just to emphasize the point, Speaker, we have faced threats of tournaments being taken from this country because of, and the reasons can be traced to what my senior colleague alluded to. And the chairman...
I understand under Honorable Kofi Adams, no tournament will be taken away.
Well, Speaker, that is a hope. We can all hope. But I'm saying that there should be a line budget dedicated for the maintenance of these sports facilities. So we cannot. We've invested so much into these infrastructures, and it cannot be the case that we leave it as it is until we have a tournament coming before we go in there. Yes, we commend the minister. He intervened on time and ensured that these interventions were executed. But Speaker, it has to be traditionally done, and it's something we must do to make sure that the national assets don't run down. Speaker, I cannot agree more with my senior colleague that yes, we cannot vary the volume, the entire volume of the budget, but we can change positions. We can make some interpositional changes in terms of the allocation. And the chairman and the ranking should take this matter up. We will approve the budget contingent on you following up. Are you listening? Chairman, follow up. I saw you at the Accra Sports Stadium encouraging the blasters. That's not good enough. Follow up to make sure we get allocation for CAPEX. Speaker, I thank you for indulging me.
Honourable members, at the conclusion of the debate, the question is as many as are in favour of the motion numbered 12 on today's order paper, page 4. Say aye. Those against say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. The motion is adopted, and this House accordingly approves the sum of 65,899,456 Ghana cedis for the services of the Ministry of Sports and Recreation for the year ending 31st December 2025. Yes.
Before my good friend calls the next business, we have been overly cooperative. Leader, we have been overly cooperative. I want to plead. This is the minister's first budget. Substantive ministers are not here. We have compromised. It cannot be the case that deputies will not even stand instead. That is totally unacceptable. So I want to plead with leader. If the ministers are not here, the deputies must come and stand instead. Otherwise, we may have to suspend.
Yes, you are right, Majority Leader. It's either the minister is here or the deputy is here. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, we now take item 27 at page 7.
Item number 27 at page 7 of today's order paper. Yes, Minister.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Leader, I am here. I came with my deputy and then my chairman, so we are fully represented. So, Mr. Speaker, before I move the motion, may I respectfully tell you that the free apprenticeship program have been moved from the Ministry of Trade to the Ministry of Youth. So we have to correct the amount that we seek approval. It is now 546,494,331. 300 million has been moved. And so I'll be moved.
You said the total appropriation has been changed?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
To
546,494,331.
321.
331.
331.
Very grateful. Thank you.
Very well.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity. Mr. Speaker, I rise to move that this Honourable House approve the sum of 546,494,331 for the services of the Ministry of Trade, Agribusiness and Industry for the year ending 31st December 2025. Mr. Speaker, the Ministry of Trade and Industry has been realigned by Executive Instrument EI1 2025 to include agribusiness, now Ministry of Trade, Agribusiness and Industry. Agribusiness has been added to solve an industry problem where raw materials are always difficult to find. This ministry now seeks to get investment for the production of raw materials for industry. This amount will, among other things, help us to facilitate the production of raw materials in right quantity and quality and on time. if this amount is approved, we'll be able to facilitate trade, reduce imports, improve on our exports, and make sure that we are able to do our mandate. Mr. Speaker, I so moved. Thank you very much.
Motion ably moved. Any seconder?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to second the motion moved by my able minister. In doing so, I wish to present the report of the committee and ask that the table office or the Hansa captures all the details of the report. Mr. Speaker, when we met, we examined the entire budget and we saw that there were some few challenges with the Ministry of Trade, Agribusiness and Industry. They have a problem with space in their offices. And the office building too is getting dilapidated and needs some kind of renovation. We also realize that the ministry has a project that is Greater Kumasi Industrial Park in Kumasi. With the 24-hour economy in the offing, there is a need for the ministry to ensure that issues regarding
any conclusion
and other decisions are resolved. Mr. Speaker, I just want to put it to this House that an amount of 20 million has been earmarked for the payment for that particular land. The land was under litigation by the minister as soon as she was sworn into office.
And in conclusion,
and this, so we asked a budgetary provision for that particular land to be procured fully. We also asked that
please conclude.
The IGF of the ministry should cease being capped. I conclude that an amount of 546,494,331 Ghana cedis be allocated to the ministry, be approved for the ministry for the implementation of the programs and activities of the ministry for the year 2025. I so submit, Mr. Speaker.
There's motion moved and seconded, and it is for the consideration of the House.
You get problems.
Yes, by the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity. I rise to support a budgetary allocation of 846 million.
The amount has changed to 546 million. Yes.
As so submit, please. But in supporting the motion, Mr. Speaker, I would like to raise some few issues that I think will be very, very important for the House to consider. Mr. Speaker, in the first place, I would like to say that the ministry has been realigned and additional responsibility given to the minister. So the ministry is no more the Ministry of Trade and Industry again, but it's the Ministry of Trade, Agribusiness and Industry. So I expected budgetary allocation to this ministry to be bigger than what was given to them last year, because there are a lot of issues that the ministry that need to be confronted, especially with regards to the renovation exercise of their head office block. I believe that the CapEx given to this ministry is woefully inadequate. Only 8 million cedis was allocated to the ministry. I want to pray that this August House will do something about the funding given to the Ministry of Trade and Industry. Mr. Speaker, it also interests you to note that the 1D1F policy was scrapped by the Minister of Finance when he took time here to give us a report on the financial statement of this country. I guess we all know that the one district, one factory was a policy intentionally given out by the former president of the country, His Excellency Nana Akufo-Addo, to build industries through the private sector. So the 1D1F was a private sector-led initiative that was supposed to be facilitated by government. So government interest was to only facilitate. The Speaker, it will interest you to note that through the 1D1F policy, 169 companies are in full operation and 170,000 direct and indirect employments were generated through the 1D1F program. This arrangement, Mr. Speaker, we all believe solved a lot of problems for this country. And a policy like this was supposed to be encouraged, but this government decided to scrap the policy. And we're expecting them to replace it with a policy that was also going to intentionally motivate the private sector to set up businesses. But they only came out with a policy called the Feed the Industry policy. And it will surprise you to note, the Speaker, that nothing was allocated for that policy to run. And that is not too good. I mean, either nothing or something inadequate. I guess there's the need for us to look at it again so that the minister will be empowered to do more for the ministry. The Speaker, my chairman also mentioned the Greater Kumasi Industrial Park. The Speaker, the Greater Kumasi Industrial Park is going to be the biggest industrial park in the whole of this sub-region, West Africa. And it is a venture that is going to generate a lot of foreign direct investment for the country. As it stands now, the government has only allocated 20 million for compensation, which is woefully inadequate. We need more than 200 million to settle our debts in that area. And I expect the government to do something about it. Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, I would like to also encourage the minister to work closely with the Ghana Fields Authority. My interest is in that area because I believe that the concept is getting a cake. The minister has given us full assurance at the session that the legislation established that policy is going to be reviewed. I pray that the minister is going to take serious interest in it so that this country can benefit. Speaker,
please conclude. I didn't cut your
in conclusion, Mr. Speaker, because of you, I want to support the motion. Thank you very much.
Very well. Yes, Minority Chief.
Speaker, I rise certainly to speak in support of the motion advertised and the approval of the amount advertised. Few things I want to speak to. First one has to do with the concept of the free zone. Speaker, we have operated this concept for many decades, I think 2 decades or more. So, but in the sub-region, other countries are bringing up more competitive trade concepts. Côte d'Ivoire is becoming more as an attractive destination. Speaker, we may have to enhance. I heard him mention economic zones. We may have to enhance the free zone concept that we are used to because we are still living in past glory and times are evolving and changing. So, Minister, I'm sure you will agree with me. We need to think through this properly and see what we can do about it. Page 9 of your report, paragraph 11.9, Ghana Standard Authority. What I see there, I find it so scanty. If we are to analyze what the Ghana Standard Authority is supposed to do, and Speaker, with your kind permission, it says the committee was informed that the Ghana Standard Authority performed very well during the year by conducting thousands of conformity assessments. It's just too scanty. We need more detailed report and reportage on activities of such an important state institution. Going forward, page 11, on waivers. On waivers. The 8th Parliament, Speaker, you bear witness, we went through a whole difficulty in terms of the passage of waiver applications. I see it is innocuously captured that you are seeking to ensure that we pass these waivers to open up to ensure more investment. I don't know what you are going to do differently this time. We've passed the Waivers Act, we passed it into the bill into an act, yet implementation, Tax Waivers Act implementation has become a challenge. I think what you should probably...
are you talking about the Exemptions Act?
Yeah, I'm grateful. The Exemption Act, yes. We should work closely with the Ministry of Finance. And then, the last time the matter came up, there was a discussion on tax credit. So probably that could also become a concept that we can rake in and see how we can encourage people to benefit from tax credit more than focusing on the tax waivers. So we need to take a very good look at that. Lastly, on capping, again, in your own advocacy of uncapping funds, statutory funds, and in the spirit of ensuring that these agencies' funds are uncapped, a number of agencies under the ministry have their IGF capped. So, unfortunately, the Minister of Finance is not here. Speaker, this is one of my regrets. Budget time, Minister of Finance is not here. Ministers will not come, just a few will come. Honorable Kwame Abuja alone, one-man contractor, doing all the motions. I commend my good sister, the Minister for Trade. She is here. Honorable Kwame Abuja, one man, taking all the motions. Deputy ministers to no show. Ministers, no show. Finance minister, no show. Abba, having said that, I will still support the motion. But in going forward, Honorable Achi, the next business, the minister should either come or the deputy. Otherwise, we may have to go on suspension. Speaker, I thank you for the space.
Thank you, honourable members. At the conclusion of the debate, the question is as many as are in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it, the motion is adopted. This House accordingly approves the sum of 546,494,331 Ghana cedis for the services of the Ministry of Trade, Agribusiness and Industry for the year ending 31st December 2025. Yes, Honorable Richard Achampo.
Mr. Speaker, we go back to page 3 and take item 9.
Yes, all members, motion numbered item number 9. It's on National Media Commission. Yes, Majority Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I move that this House approves the sum of 15,668,348 Ghana cedis for the services of the National Media Commission for the year ending 31st December 2025. Mr. Speaker, in doing so, I present a report of the committee. The committee met, reviewed the performance of the Commission for 2024, and then considered the estimates for 2025. There were a couple of issues and challenges regarding under-resourcing of the Commission, inadequate goods and services allocations, and other infrastructure challenges confronted by the Commission. Nevertheless, your committee, after careful examination of the 2025 estimates of the National Media Commission, recommends to the House to adopt this report and approve the sum of 15,668,348 Ghana cedis to enable the National Media Commission implement its program for the 2025 financial year. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I so move.
Members, motion moved and the report presented. Any seconder?
Speaker, I rise to second the motion and to make...
Members, motion moved and seconded, and it is for the consideration of the House. Yes, you can contribute.
I rise to contribute and to support the motion moved. We all appreciate the importance of the NMC as a constitutional body established by the Constitution. Speaker, over the years, I recall, I think both the 7th and 8th Parliament, a matter ran through, and it has to do with the monitoring of the activities of media houses. And we were told then, I tried to find if there's an inspection in the report on that, a gadget that was supposed to be procured. Yes. I don't know if up to this time that has been, if it has been developed, and now I see it's being used. Okay, that is good. That's good enough. That's good enough. However, Speaker, there is a lot of indiscipline in our media space. Speaker, the media is a tool. We all know how important it is. It's the fourth realm of state. They have a role to play. They have a role to play. However, I think the National Media Commission need to be strengthened more so that they can be more effective in terms of tracking the activities of media houses. There are a number of radio stations all over the country now, and I think the NMC is a bit overwhelmed. The NMC is a bit overwhelmed. So this is a matter we have to look at. Otherwise, one day we will get up and all of us will not be happy because people are getting more irresponsible, make all manner of comment, personal attacks all over the place. It is so unjustifiable. And in approving their budget, these matters must be spoken to in context and ensure that we prevail upon them and bring some sanity in the media space. Having said this, I support the motion and the passage of the budget. I thank you.
Honourable members, at the conclusion of the debate, the question is, as many as are in favor of the motion say aye. Those against say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. The motion is accordingly adopted, and this House accordingly approves the sum of 15,668,348 Ghana cedis for the services of the National Media Commission for the year ending 31st December 2025. Honourable members, item number 15. That is National Commission for Civic Education.
Mr. Speaker, I move that this Honourable House approves the sum of 122,543,664 Ghana cedis for the services of the National Commission for Civic Education for the year ending 31st December 2025. Mr. Speaker, your committee met with the Commissioner and her team, the chairperson of the Commission and her team, reviewed the work that they did in 2024. 2024 being an election year, the Commission did extensive work to prepare Ghanaians for the elections, especially the issues of violence and civic responsibility to participate in the electoral process, and expended considerable resources in 2024. 2025, they have similarly prepared to continue the work of improving on civic education, and your committee recommended to them to also begin to look at the issues of tax education and the importance of people paying taxes and etc., and generally making the commission equally relevant to the economic development of the country beyond their role in strengthening our democracy. Having regard to the critical role played by the National Commission for Civic Education in promoting civic responsibility, creating awareness on the principles and objectives of the 1992 Constitution, and fostering democratic citizenship in the Republic, the committee recommends to the House to adopt this report and approve the sum of 122,543,664 Ghana cedis for the implementation of the programs and activities of the NCCE for the 2025 financial year ending 31st December 2025. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Motion moved. Report presented. Any seconder?
Speaker, I rise to second the motion.
Honourable members, at the conclusion of the debate,
I want to comment briefly.
Very well. Yes. Go ahead.
So the NCC, as you all do know, its importance, which cannot be rehashed. However, the NCC, even in its best attempts, appears to be a shadow of itself, as encapsulated by the Constitution. The NCC obviously needs more support from government. I tried to get a copy of the report. I couldn't get it, but from what I have here, I cannot see performance. How the NCC performed the last financial year. That is, okay, well, it's captured here. So that is important because we need to look at what we've done before so that we can see our way clear going into the following year. I think the leader couldn't have been far from right when they mentioned other civic responsibilities that the NCC have to lead the crusade in educating and carrying the citizens along. That is very important. Oftentimes we hear them loud and clear few months to election, which is not good enough. We have to empower the NCC. Branches of the NCC across the region is also a challenge. Most of the places, they are non-existent. These are things we need to pay particular attention to. In our governance structure as a country, a number of things keeps coming up as a core concern. Civic responsibility, payment of tax, the role of the three arms of government. It is still lost on the citizen, the role of members of parliament. This is a matter we have to take up. Earlier on, previous government had suggested the election of MMDC. This is a matter we need to carry the nation along. And if it is the case that the citizens buy into that as a country, we can take a decision. So in supporting the motion, I still think the NCC will have to do more going forward to carry the country, the entire citizenry along. I thank you for the space granted, Speaker.
Honourable members, at the conclusion of the debate, the question is as many as are in favour of the motion numbered 15 at page 5 of today's order paper, say aye. Those against say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Accordingly, this House approves the sum of 122,543,664 Ghana cedis for the services of the National Commission for Civic Education for the year ending 31st December 2025. Honourable members, item numbered 11.
11, yes.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that this Honourable House approve the sum of 94,106,363 Ghana cedis for the services of the Commission on Human Rights and Administrative Justice, SHRAJ, for the year ending 31st December 2025. So, Speaker, your committee met the Commissioner and his team, reviewed the performance of the Commission in the 2024 year, the work that they have done in the areas of human rights education, defending citizens' rights administratively, administrative justice, and also promoting public accountability, and then also some modest infrastructure improvements in their facilities. And then the committee then reviewed the proposals for 2025 and the plan for 2025 and urged the Commission to step up its work in terms of administrative justice and also the effort to root out corruption in public life. Mr. Speaker, they are in the process of developing a national anti-corruption plan, and so they need resources to continue performing their very crucial role in terms of saving this country from losing in excess of $3 billion annually to corruption. So the committee has carefully examined the budget estimates of the Commission on Human Rights and Administrative Justice for the 2025 fiscal years and is of the opinion that the Commission's proposed policies and programs will play a crucial role in the fulfillment of its mandate. Against this backdrop, Mr. Speaker, the committee recommends that the House adopt its report and approve the total allocation of 94,106,363 Ghana cedis to enable the Commission implement its planned programs and activities for the 2025 fiscal year. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, motion moved, report presented. Any seconder?
Speaker, I rise to second the motion. Make few observations. Speaker, again, SHRAJ as an independent constitutional body, if we look at the history and their work over the years, quite impressive that there is more room for improvement. Speaker, if I may reference page 3 of the committee's report, page 3, item 5.2, it says the Commission overran its budgetary allocation by some 3 million, a percentage of 4% in 2024. This brought the Commission's total expenditure to over 91 million. The Commission explained that the overrun was a result of salary adjustment of public sector workers in the year 2024. This is good news. However, if we look at the core mandate of the SHRAJ, Speaker, not to elucidate human rights protection, administrative justice in public services, anti-corruption enforcement, beautifully captured. Beautifully captured. The functions of the SHRAJ, in recent times, had been called in wake. We've read reports of dismissal of public services, human rights abuses all over in the media space. And I think that it shouldn't always be the case of the activity of the SHRAJ being activated as a result of a complaint. I stand for correction, but there should be, we should have a situation where the Commission can so moto, based on happenings, can go into a matter and investigate. This is something I think we haven't read much about, and I think going forward, the SHRAJ should rear its head and look at aspects like this, and all the happenings in our public space with rare reports of allegedly unjustifiable dismissals. The SHRAJ should be called in wake to take these matters up. Anti-corruption drive. Speaker, I was fortunate to be a member of the Special Budget Committee then. And in all their budget presentation, there has always been a report and some plan envisaging to blaze a trail on anti-corruption. if you read their annual report, there's little on their activities on anti-corruption activity. And I think this is something the Shraj have to pick up particularly. Last 2 years, we were very much aware that they were giving enough funding, more than what they needed. The MPP administration, they gave them more than they needed. So going forward, we want more activities to be seen, especially in the area of anti-corruption campaign and also dealing with public justice in public services. We need Shraj to act accordingly so that they can justify all the funding we are giving to them. Having said that, I support the motion. Speaker, thank you.
Honourable members, at the conclusion of the debate, the question is, as many as are in favour say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. This House accordingly approves a sum of 94,106,363 Ghana cedis for the services of the Commission on Human Rights and Administrative Justice, Shraj, for the year ending 31st December 2025. Honourable members, item numbered 21, Audit Service.
Hello. Mr. Speaker, we're looking at 22, Electoral Commission.
Very well. 22.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that this Honourable House approves the sum of 177,647,045 Ghana cedis for the services of the Electoral Commission for the year ending 31st December 2025. Mr. Speaker, the Electoral Commission team, led by the Deputy Commissioners, appeared before your committee, and their performance for 2024 was extensively reviewed, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, they had been allocated a budgeted amount of 786,934,764 Ghana cedis for the 2024 financial year. Mr. Speaker, an amount of 786,568,199 Ghana cedis, 47 pesos, was expended. That is 99.95% of that allocation was expended. Mr. Speaker, we will all recall that last year was an election year, and so the Commission was very busy, from IPAC meetings to district inter-party advisory committee meetings to recruitment of 254,189 temporary officials to assist them in conducting registration, exhibition, and election exercises, to the limited registration exercise that they conducted, procurement of registration, exhibition, and election materials, and ultimately in December conducting the 2024 presidential and parliamentary elections. Mr. Speaker, extensive discussions took place about their activities in the 2024 year. And then they requested for 2025 an amount of 177,647,046 Ghana cedis for the 2025 academic year. This was equally interrogated if you compare the figures, whereas 2024 they were given about 786 million. For 2025, the request is only for 177.6 million. That figure was interrogated. A lot of it goes into compensation, a little goes into goods and service, not much for CAPEX. Your committee thoroughly reviewed the Electoral Commission's budget estimates for the 2025 fiscal year and is optimistic that the proposed policies and programs will significantly contribute to achieving the mandate of the Commission. The committee recommends that the House adopts its report and approve the total allocation of 176,647,046 Ghana cedis to enable the Commission implement its planned programs and activities for the 2025 fiscal year. Mr. Speaker, I so move.
Honourable members, motion moved. Any seconder? Yes.
Speaker, I rise to second the motion.
Very well. Yes, Honourable Abnau sorry.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in contributing to the motion on the floor, I'd like to say that, yes, we engaged the Electoral Commission extensively, and they took us through quite a number of things they did, leading to the process of elections. And Mr. Speaker, one of the concerns they raised had to do with their compensation. Mr. Speaker, in 2024, their compensation amounted to 111 million Ghana cedis. But in 2025, it's been reduced to 101 million. So clearly there's a shortfall. And we also know that for 2025, salaries have been increased by 10%. And so clearly, Electoral Commission has a shortfall of the 10% plus another 10 million Ghana cedis in the budget that was given to it last year. And Mr. Speaker, this is not goods and services where you can say that they should reduce the activities that they are going to engage in. Or neither is it capex or capital expenditure that you tell them to reduce the amount on that. But this is compensation, salaries for workers. And so, Mr. Speaker, I expect the Finance Minister to look at it again on page 3 of our reports. Compensation for 2024 was 111 million Ghana cedis. And then on page 5 of our report, compensation is 101 million Ghana cedis. This is even without a 10% increment. So, Mr. Speaker, I would ask the Minister for Finance to look at it again so that they are not shortchanged when it comes to compensation for workers of Electoral Commission.
2024 was an election year.
2024 was an election year, but during the meeting, they stated that this was part of the compensation that is to go to their regular workers. And so their regular workers had 111 million in 2024. And it's these same regular workers that they are asking that we pay the right compensation amount to. So, Mr. Speaker, this is not part of the workers they recruited for the elections, but these are permanent staff at the Electoral Commission. So, Mr. Speaker, I ask that we speak to the Finance Minister to adjust their compensation appropriately to meet what is required for the Electoral Commission staff. But on this note, I'd like to recommend to the House to adopt the report and approve the total allocation of 177,647,046 Ghana cedis to enable the Commission carry out or implement their mandate for 2025. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Minority Leader.
Speaker, I'm the Minority Chief Whip.
Minority Chief Whip.
I want to live long.
Yes, you live long as a Minority Chief Whip.
Yes, Speaker, my future, my fate is in the hands of God. Speaker, I rise to speak in support. Let me focus on the outlook for 2025. Speaker, with your kind indulgence, conduct in Kranza North and South district level elections, conduct elections to fulfill vacancies in 27 electoral areas, confirm metropolitan, municipal, and district chief executive, inspect political parties, offices, conduct district assembly elections, on and on and on. However, I think our colleagues should help us. And I recall vividly their positions when it comes to budget requests of the EC in the lead up to the 2024 elections. The then Minority Leader was very loud and eloquent. Government has to release all funding requests. And we all know, and he will justify it with the relevance of the Electoral Commission in the prosecution of conduct of election and also for our entire democracy. Now, I proceed to page 7, and I find some outstanding payment of over 150 million, which is outstanding. And work has already been done. I want to plead, work has already been done, and this amount are outstanding. They should ensure that they make the necessary payment. This is also important. It's also surprising that in the outlook, I thought that they would have captured the fact that Abdulkumanov is still outstanding. Speaker, I don't want to say an indictment, but it's a challenge, not only to the Electoral Commission, also to this House, because we play oversight over them as an independent state institution. They have a responsibility. You have done well with all the 274, but not Abdulkumanov. 275, but not Abdulkumanov. The EC must, as at the last check, we were told the EC was struggling, and they were compelled to issue a statement that they needed security. Because this is a critical matter. I mean, this is the first time I'm hearing the EC complaining about security. For lack of security, they cannot declare results. This matter cannot be glossed over. We can't sweep this matter under the carpet. Speaker, going forward, there should be a definite pronouncement from the EC when the Abdulkumanov seat will be declared. It's also important. We can have all the seats. If Abdulkumanov is not declared, we don't have the full complement of this House in terms of the composition of this House. And this is a matter we cannot treat lightly at all. Speaker, even as I speak in support of this motion, the last time the majority leader related to the matter, and I commend him, all the things he spoke to, I went behind him and checked, and they were all true. He had checked with the police, he had checked with the EC, he had checked with the IGP. They were all true. But the ultimate is to ensure that the EC is giving state security to be able to declare the result of Abdulkumanov, just as they declare for Nsawamad Reggie, they declare for all the other constituencies. This is important. Speaker, we are going to support the budget. However, in the next few days, we want to hear from the EC that Abdulkumanov has been done with, and the winner is declared. I thank you, Speaker.
Honourable members, at the conclusion of the debate, the question is as many as are in favour of the motion number 22. At page 6 of today's order paper, say aye. Those against say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. The motion is adopted. This House accordingly approves the sum of 177,647,045 Ghana cedis for the services of the Electoral Commission for the year ending 31st December 2025.
Mr. Speaker, we want to take item 21.
Item number 21 are page 6 of today's order paper.
Audit. Right Honourable Speaker, I beg to move that this Honourable House approves the sum of 838,369,865 Ghana cedis for the services of audit service for the year ending 31st December 2025. Right Honourable Speaker, your committee met with the Auditor General and his team and reviewed their performance for 2024. So, Speaker, as we all know, the mandate of the Auditor General or the Audit Service is to undertake audit activities outlined in the Audit Service Act, audit all public accounts and funds, including those of constitutional, statutory, and other public institutions, monitor and ensure the effective implementation of the assets declaration regime of the country. Mr. Speaker, in all, in 2024, they completed 6,181 audits by the end of December 2024. Mr. Speaker,
they were given an allocation of 633,740,507 Ghana cedis, and they expended a significant chunk of that, which included 626,756,671 Ghana cedis, and a donor component of 6.9 million. Mr. Speaker, in the 2025 year, they plan to conduct 5,330 audits, operations for MDAs, and then 261 for MMDCAs, and then 181 for traditional councils, 943 for pre-tertiary institutions, educational institutions, 10 tertiary educational institutions, on and on and on, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the 2025 compensation vote is increasing significantly. An allocation of 710,735,897 Ghana cedis has been made for compensation of employees in 2025, representing a 73.42% increase over the 2024 figure. The increase is to facilitate the recruitment of 200 new staff. The committee urges the Ministry of Finance to expedite the issuance of financial clearance to enable timely recruitment. Mr. Speaker, this increase in recruitment of personnel to the audit service is in keeping with the commitment to fight corruption by ensuring accountability. Mr. Speaker, the committee, having thoroughly examined the 2025 annual budget estimates of the Ghana Audit Service, affirms that the allocations are well justified and aligned with the strategic objectives and statutory obligations of the service. Recognizing the service's crucial role in promoting good governance, financial accountability, and transparency, the committee recommends that Parliament adopt this report and approve the sum of 838,369,865 Ghana cedis for the implementation of the programs and activities of the Ghana Audit Service for the 2025 financial year. Mr. Speaker, I so move.
Honourable members, motion move and report presented. Any seconder?
I rise to second the motion moved.
Honourable members, motion move and seconded, and it is for the consideration of the House. Honourable Abuna Osei Asari.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to the motion. Mr. Speaker, I think one thing that you made clear during the meeting was the fact that they had presented their accounts for 2024 very clearly, and you don't even have to have the knowledge in accounting to understand how they prepared their estimates for 2024, and that you even recommend that the whole ministries, departments, and agencies also adopt their method of accountability to make things easy for everybody. I think I should make that clear on the floor for all and sundry to hear. And Mr. Speaker, yes, we engaged them, and throughout the engagement, we were told that they audited around 6,000 and a little over 6,000 agencies. But the critical thing that came up was their audit of missions abroad. It's a real challenge. A lot is going on there, and they would wish that they will be given necessary funding to enable them audit the missions abroad. They talked about the fact that in doing that, they needed to change quite a number of their goods and services into foreign currencies to cater for their travel and their expenses abroad. So we should support them to make sure the ministry releases these monies as quickly as possible. They also mentioned the fact that they had a challenge with their accommodation or their offices, and that they are supposed to be in 261 administrative districts nationwide, but currently they are only present in 98 districts. And even in this 98, some of these offices are rented premises. Some of these offices are offices that the district assemblies or the municipal assemblies have given to them. Theirs is less than 50%. And so if we would look at increasing their capital expenditure, and they will invest it into getting offices to really make them independent and fit for purpose. Again, Mr. Speaker, in 2025, they mentioned that they are planning to audit 5 Ghana Armed Forces peacekeeping operations abroad. And the last time they audited these peacekeeping operations abroad was 2019. And so whatever we have to do to enable them execute this mandate, Mr. Speaker, I think we should help the Minister for Finance to give them, we should let the Minister of Finance give them the necessary budget or the necessary funds to enable them do that, because we all would want to fight corruption and increase accountability wherever we go. Mr. Speaker, so on this note, I would like for us to adopt this report and approve the sum of 838,369,865 Ghana cedis for the implementation of programs and activities for the Ghana Audit Service. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Chief, Minority Chief.
Speaker, I rise to speak in support of the motion. Just to make a few observations. We all know the importance of the audit service, its work, and the interlinkages with the work of the Public Accounts Committee. Speaker, if I may reference page 15 of the report. On CAPEX, there is a hoping reduction of some 30 million. And I think this is a matter we can't just let go. We need to avert our minds to it and see what we can do about it. The chair of PAC has spoken in extenso on in terms of the trust of the concerns. I would rather also focus on Article 187. Severally, we have lamented on what we do with the Auditor General report. As if you permit me, Article 187, Clause 6 says, amongst other things, Parliament shall debate the report of the Auditor General and appoint, where necessary, in the public interest, a committee to deal with any matters arising from it. Speaker, more often than not, this has come lacking. And this is a matter we are going forward, we will have to take seriously. Because the 7th Parliament, when we are approving the budget and when we also considering the report of PAC, this aspect, the infractions are let go. And Parliament did not follow ultimately through to ensure that Article 17, Clause 6 stands in fulfillment. So going forward, I'm sure the new leaders, now that I also I'm privileged to find myself in leadership, I'm going to advocate strongly with the leadership of our new majority leader, we can depart from the norm and change the narrative. Having said this, only apart from the keepers, which I'm very passionate about, I want to support the motion and ensure the passage. Thank you.
Members, at the conclusion of the debate, the question is as many as are in favor of the motion number 21 at page 6 of today's order paper, say aye. Those against say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. The motion is adopted. And this House accordingly approves the sum of 838,369,865 cedis for the services of the audit service for the year ending 31st December 2025. Yes, Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we should go to 32, item 32, which is the interior.
Yes, honourable member.
Mr. Speaker, I would crave your indulgence to give us a few minutes. We're trying to sort out a few issues. So in a few minutes, the report is here, but the minister just checked out. There is a problem.
Very well, very well. Yeah, I'm told. So, is there any other item?
No, the problem is that we have one minister is responsible for another outfit, and so we need to amalgamate the two reports and take them at a go. That is why the minister is moving up and down. So, Mr. Speaker, I crave your indulgence to give us a few minutes to sort those issues out.
Case, there are other businesses that we can proceed.
So let's move on to any other business.
Second deputy is actually informing that he's around. So anytime
Okay. Honourable members, the report of the Legal Aid Commission and Special Prosecutor have since been distributed. Yes, leaders, any indication? Members, let's move item number 14. Item number 14. Office of the Legal Aid Commission. Yes, leader, any application? Majority leader, any application? Okay.
Mr. Speaker, we will go for Attorney General and Minister of Justice. 14.
Yes.
Item 14, Mr. Speaker.
Is not here any application?
So you are applying. He's not here, so you are applying for.
Mr. Speaker, the minister is not here, so I'm applying for the Minister of Roads to take that. 14.
Report is not very well. The report is on the console.
It's on the console. It's not here.
Speaker, he's made an application to you.
Yes.
I want to respond.
Very well.
Speaker, Speaker, we have been excessivly magnanimous.
Yes, I made a directive
Speaker,
that your cooperation should be taken into consideration.
The AG is not here, and the deputy is also not here.
He is taking it into consideration. He's taking it into consideration. So, Honourable Minister for Roads and Highways,
Speaker,
item number 14.
I see the Interior Minister walking in. I'm sure we can revert. There was an earlier intervention. I think we can revert back to the Interior Minister.
Back to the Interior Minister. He is here.
But go and bring the Attorney General.
Oh, now that you don't need him. Now that you don't need him.
Then let's move to item number 32. And second deputy speaker should take the chair. Honourable members, motion number 32. So, Minister for Interior, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to make some corrections with your permission and the leave of the House. I receive it.
Second Deputy Speaker should take the chair.
More. Okay. Okay. Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to make some corrections before I move the motion. Mr. Speaker, you will see that the figure you have there is 10,730,872,251 cedis. Mr. Speaker, this was before the Ministry of Finance drew our attention that they have subsumed the budget of the national security into the Ministry of Interior's budget. Mr. Speaker, we've taken the report, we've done the committee sittings, but originally the national security budget was subsumed under government machinery, which has now been properly brought. So, Mr. Speaker, we want to make an amendment to add the figure here. The figure of the national security that has been taken from government machinery back into the Ministry of Interior, so that I put them together and move the motion as one, so that the chairperson of Defense will move the motion, will second, and then you have the Intelligence Committee supporting the person. Yes. So what we are doing is that I'm putting the two reports together. You know, we did that of the Ministry of Interior with all its agencies. And we also did that of the national security with government machinery, with the Intelligence Committee. So, with the government machinery, they've extracted the report for national security standing alone. Now we are putting it together with that of the Interior. Then we put the figures together as the Minister of Finance has now done. So that I then move the motion.
Very well. Yes, Minority Chief.
So my good friend, he's welcome. I heard he was sharing rice. He left us out. That's by the way. He's just by the way. I don't know why he wants to separate. I know he's been given additional responsibility by His Excellency the President in terms of national security. But by law, the national security doesn't come under him strictly. He doesn't have oversight under national security. I think he's just been given that additional responsibility or been assigned to do that. So for him to say that he wants to bring the two reports together and be treated under Interior, I don't think procedurally is right. So he should separate them. We want him to separate them. He is an experienced legislator. He knows what to do. Honorable, I think you should separate the two reports. Or probably you are not communicating well to us.
Yes, Minister.
That's why I said I wanted to make the preliminary comment before I do the motion. Mr. Speaker, until 2 days ago, yes, the budget of the Ministry of Interior was with its agencies only.
Okay.
But 2 days ago, the Ministry of Finance realized that once we have the oversight responsibility, it is better they put it together with the Ministry of Interior. But before then, it was with the government machinery, where we have gone to defend it under the Intelligence Committee of the House. Now I have the extracts from the Ministry of Finance, where it is together, and I want to put the two together. And Mr. Speaker, the national security total budget is just 2.9 billion, and that of the Ministry of Interior total is 10.7 billion. When you put the two together, it takes it to
10.7 billion. So I want to amend the figure that we have here, the 10.7 billion that was standing only for the Interior Ministry, to add the 2.9 to give us a new figure of 13 billion 729 million 306,027 cities. Then I will then move the motion. That's the correction that I wanted to make.
Well. So, have you brought this to the attention of the committee? Is the committee aware of this?
Right, Mr. Speaker. We did this discussion this morning. In fact, that's what partly delayed what we were to do. Yes.
Very well.
Sorry, ordinarily my colleague will not have any objection, but we have a difficulty agreeing to that. First of all, the national security comes under Office of Government Machinery. I am aware the minister was assigned additional responsibility to overlook the national security before the budget came. Now, if you check the budget, the national security budget has been captured under OGM, Office of Government Machinery. Okay, so that is the complexity. So if it is the pleasure of the Minister of Finance that it should be captured under the Minister of Interior, they should have said so. As it stands now, Honorable Alaji, we are unable to accede. So the two should be treated separately. We are ready to deal with the Minister of Interior, and we are ready for it. And then we can deal with the national security under OGM, Office of Government Machinery. That is how it's supposed to be.
I think
it's the case. That's how it's supposed to be.
I think we don't need to spread our heads in this. I mean, once the committee, I think the ranking member is here. If it has come to the committee and the committee is okay with it, I think we can take it together. Let me listen to Honorable Brachambo before I come to you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this is alien to me. I don't think that we even discussed moving or disaggregating the budget and then putting something here, something here. I think one thing came out very clear, that by collapsing the Ministry of National Security and putting the entire Ministry of National Security's budget under the Office of Government Machinery will make the Office of Government Machinery will make that budget appear bloated, and therefore politically and all other considerations may not sound right. And so let's move portions of the budget to Ministry of Interior. But I made the point very strongly. But it's a matter of education. If everybody knows that we have collapsed the Ministry of National Security, and the entire Ministry of National Security's budget is being moved to the Office of Government Machinery, there's nothing wrong with it. If we look at the 3 billion that was spent under the Ministry of National Security in 2024, if the Office of Government Machinery for 2025, the budget is plus 3 billion, it makes sense that it is because the Ministry of National Security has been moved to Office of Government Machinery, and nobody should be scared. We should be able to defend it. There's nothing absolutely wrong with it. But to say that we should take portions of the budget, the compensation, and put it under Interior, the security architecture is not under the Ministry of Interior. The minister is a supervising minister for national security. He is minister responsible for Interior and supervising minister for national security. And therefore, the national security budget is under the Office of Government Machinery, should be treated separately. We take Interior, and then we take national security for that matter. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Minister, let me listen to Honorable Senator.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. And yes, my ranking is speaking to a discussion that happened at the committee. But procedurally, anything that's under Office of Government Machinery has to come to the committee that has oversight, or that's the Select Committee on Public Administration and State Interest. For national security, you cannot put that under that particular committee. And that is why this has had to happen, in order to make sure that national security is under the correct committee that has oversight over it. So it's not to add it to the interior, it's to streamline what we're doing so it aligns with procedures in this House.
Yes.
Ranking, Chairman.
Mr. Speaker, it is not accurate to say that following the collapse of the National Security Ministry, the Minister for Interior is merely a supervising minister. In fact, under Act 1030, the wording has been carefully crafted. So you have a minister responsible for national security. And so, notwithstanding the fact that we have now collapsed that ministry, the Minister for Interior has been designated as the minister responsible for national security. And so all the functions the Minister for National Security used to perform have now been vested in the Minister of the Interior, which is why it is compelling to bring the budget under the Ministry of Interior. So when they initially made the mistake by adding the budget of the agencies which used to be under the Ministry of National Security under the Office of Government Machinery, it was problematic, and they quickly moved it back to where they rightly belong. And that is why the chair lady for the Security and Intelligence Committee made a point that if we were to accept the fact that the agencies that used to be under the Ministry of National Security should come under the Office Government Machinery, then the committee in the first place wouldn't have had the mandate to sit on the budget. And so it is for ease of reference and to deal with the matter in a manner that is less complicated, that the Finance Ministry directed that, look, let us amalgamate the figures emanating from the traditional Interior Ministry and the agencies that used to come under the Ministry of National Security for ease of reference. So we'll simply add the figures, the estimates of the former National Security Ministry agencies to that of Interior and take them at a go.
Well, very well. So, yeah.
Speaker, we are minded to get things done. To start off, we are minded to get things done. So may I suggest that the minister and the ranking and then the committee chair, they should momentarily engage and get this thing. You have not. If you have engaged, you wouldn't have said something different. I so wish that you make that directive, that the minister and the two leadership should engage immediately before we can proceed on taking the motion. In the meantime, we should proceed on other business.
Well, leadership, I think let's hold on with this and move to other report. So, Chairman for Intelligence and Defense and Interior, if you can just confer. Yes. So, leadership, let's move to the next report.
Mr. Speaker, 14. I cited the Attorney General here. Mr. Speaker, item number 14. Item number 14, Mr. Speaker.
That is legal aid. That is legal aid. Honorable members, let's turn to page 4. Page 4, item listed 14. Minister of Justice and Attorney General.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I move that this Honorable House approves the sum of 40,260,520 Ghana cedis for the services of the Office of the Legal Aid Commission for the year ending 31st December 2025. I so move.
Very well. Chairman of the Constitutional Committee.
Mr. Speaker, I was grateful. I'd like to second the motion, Mr. Speaker, for this Honorable House to approve the sum of 40,260,520 Ghana cedis for the services of the Office of the Legal Aid Commission for the year ending 31st December 2025. Mr. Speaker, in so doing, I would want to make a few comments on the report, and I would make an application that the Hansard Department captures the entire report as if it has been read fully and totally. Mr. Speaker, the Legal Aid Commission is to ensure equality of access to justice and the treatment before, servicing by law, and public defender for the poor and the needy. Cost-effective justice has been one of the key things that we have advocated. Mr. Speaker, the indigent in Ghana still need access to justice. Thankfully, the Legal Aid Commission, which previously was an agency, indeed came here to be clothed with greater authority to have the mandate and the independence, quote and unquote, to be able to perform its functions well. The Commission, the Act was passed. Indeed, Mr. Speaker, the Legal Aid Commission still is battling with a lot of challenges. Thankfully, Mr. Speaker, the estimates and budget for the year gives some room and hope. And may I just take, Mr. Speaker, through a few of that. Mr. Speaker, compensation of 30,751,000, goods and services of 4,500,000, IGF of 158,69, and a capex of 5,343,819. Indeed, Mr. Speaker, the total for the year 2025 being requested is a little below 40 million, Mr. Speaker. And indeed, we think this is.
Honorable Shabu, may we move on and conclude so that we have so many other reports?
Very well, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the committee emphatically, recommends, given the situation and circumstance of the Legal Aid Commission, that the Ministry of Finance provides further funding in a supplementary budget to the Commission in order to address the deficiencies in the budget allocation for compensation, goods and services, and capex. Accordingly, Mr. Speaker, the committee recommends the House to adopt this report and approve the sum of 260 million.
The sum of
40,260,520 Ghana cedis for the activities of the Office of the Legal Aid Commission for the 2025 financial year. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Is there any comment? Yes. Honorable Tampuri.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to contribute to the motion for the House to approve the sum of 40,260,520 to the Legal Aid Commission for the Commission to be able to achieve its mandate pursuant to the Constitution and its enabling law. Mr. Speaker, in doing so, I refer to the reports of the committee. And in particular, Mr. Speaker, I take you to page 8 on the amendment to the Legal Aid Commission Act. Mr. Speaker, the Legal Aid Commission is a body that is required to come to the aid of the poor and needy and those who are unable to meet, their obligations as far as hiring the services of lawyers is concerned. Mr. Speaker, the Commission has very few lawyers, and there is a very high attrition rate as far as the lawyers are concerned. So every now and again, a lawyer stays there for a few years and then the person leaves. And there are reasons for some of these things. They are not very well remunerated, and they are not permitted to work outside of the Legal Aid Commission. In other words, you are stuck with the Commission. You can't do any work for a client outside of the office. Mr. Speaker, we recommend that the Act should be amended in order to allow for some of these experienced lawyers to be able to step out of their way to make some, bucks out of the offices of the Legal Aid Commission, in order that they are able to balance, their work. Where they see some amount of conflict of interest, it should be properly pointed out to them, and then they will stay away from it. Mr. Speaker, it also comes down to absence of a legislative instrument to give effect to the Legal Aid Commission Act for them to be able to operationalize the law, as directed by this House. So, Mr. Speaker, it is important that the Legal Aid Commission itself comes to its own aid by bringing this LI almost immediately for this House to consider and then expand the powers that they need in order for them to be able to operationalize, the Legal Aid Commission Act. Mr. Speaker, the challenges of the Legal Aid Commission are very, very enormous. And the services that they render, some of which came to our attention. A gentleman who had been incarcerated for 17 years without trial, 17 years held in custody, on remand, without trial. Because by the time that the gentleman was released, 2 of his wives had died. They had remarried and subsequently passed away. Because by the time he came out of incarceration, his children were also gone. Because that is the kind of service that the Legal Aid Commission grants to our people. Why should a Ghanaian be wrongly accused and incarcerated for 17 years? We just throw him out into the prison and then we forget about him. So, Mr. Speaker, we need to fortify the Legal Aid Commission for them to be able to render some of these services. And I encourage private legal practitioners, and some of whom are in this House, to take up some responsibilities as far as, assisting the Legal Aid Commission to be able to dispose of some of these cases. Some of us have promised that we will support them in that regard. And Mr. Speaker, I will end here with these few words, and I wish to support the motion for the release of the allocated funds to the Legal Aid Commission. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, honourable members. At the conclusion of the debate, yes, honourable member for Fia.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to the approval of the estimate for the Legal Aid Commission. Mr. Speaker, the Legal Aid Commission is an important component of our legal services in this country. Every lawyer's early part of training, you are admonished to at least take some time of your legal practice to support the legal aid. And I remember in my early days at the legal aid offices in Accra, offered my Friday services entirely to the legal aid. But Mr. Speaker, if you look at the budget that has been released for the Legal Aid Commission or Legal Aid, you realize that a total of 40 million is being given. And out of the 40 million, goods and services amounts to a paltry 1 million, and then capex of 5 million. In fact, in 2024, that provision was even lower, 1 million and then 1.4. So at least an attempt has been made to increase that provision for 2025, but it still remains very, very inadequate when you measure that with the conditions of offices of the Legal Aid Commission. So, Mr. Speaker, without more, I think the chairman of the committee made mention of the fact that government has to seriously take a look during the review of the budget to increase the allocation. And I think as a house, this is an area where people who don't have the means to go for lawyers' services have the opportunity. And if you look at the cases, over 6,000 cases are pending at the Legal Aid Commission, and less than even 500 or 600 have been dispensed of, all because they are unable to attract the lawyers in that commission. So without more, Mr. Speaker, I want to thank you and support the motion to approve the budget of 40 million to the Legal Aid. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, honorable members. At the conclusion of the debate, the question is all those in favor of the motion listed 14 in today's order paper, say aye. All those against say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. The motion listed 14 is adopted, and that this honorable house has approved the sum of 40,260,520 Ghana cedis for the services of the Office of the Legal Aid Commission for the year ended 31st December 2025. Yes, leader.
Mr. Speaker, I think we are now ready to return to item number 32. It's 32. We are returning to Interior, then we'll come back. Because
Very well. Honorable Minister for Interior.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we have had some, for lack of better words, a gentle lady agreement with my colleague, Honorable Abuna, who is very conversant with the documents. And she's agreed that, well, we can go ahead, but she wants the finance minister to come and make the proper application to move that figure from the government machinery to be sure that the government machinery doesn't have the same figure two there and then becomes a double sword. So with that, Mr. Speaker, I want to move that this honorable house approves a sum of 13,729,306,027 cedis for the services of the Ministry of Interior and the National Security Secretariat for the year ending 31st December 2025. Mr. Speaker, in doing so, let me just make this brief comment to thank the House, especially the committees of Defense and Interior and the Intelligence Committee for the effort they made. Even though the estimate came very late, they were willing to accommodate the ministry and our team to sit beyond even 11 p.m., almost midnight, just to consider the estimate. And I think that this needs to be mentioned for the public to know sometimes the kind of stretch members of parliament put themselves through just for the services of our dear country. The Speaker, aside that, as we may all know, the challenges of the envelope is not new. Almost every committee, every ministry that gets up mentions some of their major challenges and the inadequacy of the funding that is coming to them. This is not different for both the National Security Secretariat that has 3 other agencies under it, namely the National Investigative Bureau, the National Signal Bureau, and the Research Department. Also, the main ministry itself, there's a lot of inadequacies that affected the National Identification Authority, the police service, the prison service, to the extent that, Mr. Speaker, you won't believe it, that the feeding grant or ration for the prisoners, we were very hopeful that this budget was going to take care of, because of the challenges, has not been able to do that. And sadly, the prisoners will have to still contend with 1 Ghana cedi, 80 pesos, for 3, I don't know who managed to say 3 is square, for 3 square meals, because 3 cannot be square, but for 3 meals, when even school feeding, where we are feeding our kids, has been able to move from 1 Ghana cedi, 50 pesos, to 2 cedis for just a meal. Yet our prisoners are still being fed with 1 Ghana cedi, 80 pesos for 3 meals. So you can see the challenge that we have. But the finance minister have assured us that during the mid-year, he will come to try to improve on this. With this, I want to urge the House to approve this sum for the operations of the ministry and the National Security Secretariat. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I so move.
Thank you very much. Now, the chairman to second the motion.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to second the motion. In doing so, I would pray that the committee's report be captured by the Hansa Department in its entirety, whilst I touch on some salient aspects of the report. Mr. Speaker, as the Minister has rightly pointed out, the Ghana Prisons Service is faced with a perennial problem of the inadequacy of the feeding rate allocated for inmates. The amount of 1.80 Ghana cedis, Mr. Speaker, which was approved as far back as 2011, constitutes a gross violation of the rights of inmates, as the said amount of money is too meager to provide for 1 meal, not to talk of 3 square meals for adult inmates. Mr. Speaker, the committee also observed that the Narcotics Control Commission faces financial challenges that affect its ability to conduct extensive surveillance, undercover operations, and intelligence gathering. Mr. Speaker, with respect to the Ghana Immigration Service, the committee also noted that the Ghana Immigration Service experiences a critical shortage of essential logistics and surveillance equipment, which hampers its ability to effectively monitor and secure our national borders. That said, Mr. Speaker, we believe strongly and urge the House to approve the sum of 10,730,872,251 Ghana cedis to enable the ministry deliver on its mandate. I thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity.
Thank you very much. Honourable members, let me indulge you to allow Honourable Chairperson for the Intelligence to also second the motion, because Honourable Agaga just talked about 10 million, so you should talk about the rest so that I come to the other side for. Right. So, Honourable Senator, if you can also add your voice, especially with respect to the budget for the intelligence.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I rise to, I'm not sure about seconding the motion, but present the report from the Committee on Security and Intelligence and to urge this House to approve the amount of 2,998,433,776 Ghana cedis for the National Security Council Secretariat and the agencies under it to undertake their operations for the year 2025. Mr. Speaker, the National Security Secretariat and its agencies, which no longer exist under a National Security Ministry, still play a very important role in the maintenance of our safety and security across the country. Mr. Speaker, it may be noted in the report that certain figures have increased regarding the operations of the Secretariat, and this is particularly in line with some of the increasing conflicts and some of the security challenges across the country, which require increase in the staff, the personnel on the ground, as well as certain equipment that they require. Mr. Speaker, the main agencies under the Security Council are the National Intelligence Bureau, the National Signals Bureau, and the Research Department. And all of these have their peculiar challenges. The National Intelligence Bureau specifically requires an increase in their capital expenditure in order to finish their building, which is supposed to be their headquarters, to centralize some of their operations, which they actually perform across the country. And in addition to that, it did come to the committee's notice that they did fulfill their mandate in providing intelligence reports and meeting their 100% expectation for the year 2024. Mr. Speaker, the national security has a wide range of activities that it participates in, which range from soft power in terms of support in communities, providing boreholes and other things like that, as well as specifics regarding the enforcement of our security across our border. And I would actually like to also add that they have also had to increase their staff strength since they became autonomous, which was something that was flagged as why their compensation budget had gone up in the last year. I would like the Hansa Department to capture the entirety of the report and once again urge this House to approve the amount of 2,998,433,776 Ghana cedis for the National Security Council and its agencies to operate effectively under 2025. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honourable members, the motion has been moved and has been seconded. It is now before the House for consideration. Yes, then go to Honourable Brian Champon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to add my I'd like to add my voice to that of the Ministry, the National Security Council budget. Mr. Speaker, I feel the tremors in my body having to speak to this budget. All the other ministries, Mr. Speaker, will not survive if our national security is not intact. Speaker, if I see a budget of 500 million Ghana cedis, the 2.49 billion that my chairperson talked about, has to do with 2.4 billion has to do with compensation. The whole national security architecture. You give them 2.9 billion, you give 2.4 for compensation, and 500 million for operations. Mr. Speaker, I don't know what is happening. I am still shaking. 500, Mr. Speaker, compared to 2024, and the fact that the threat has changed across the sub-region. This same national security, we are relying on them to protect our borders, to support the Ministry of Defense, support immigration, internal security threats, Galamsey, Operation Calm Life, Boko, all the issues that the national security is confronted with. And then we allocate 500 million Ghana cedis. Mr. Speaker, if you go into the details of this budget, one of the most fantastic organizations that we have in this country is called the NIB. Mr. Speaker, the budget allocated to NIB, in my opinion, cannot support that institution operate in Greater Accra for 1 month. The budget allocated to NIB cannot support that organization operate in Greater Accra for 1 month. Yet NIB is in all the 16 regions, is in every district, they have personnel everywhere. Mr. Speaker, some of the NIB officers don't even have motorbikes. In 2025, the idea was to use this reset budget to support the Ministry of the National Security Council, ensure that notwithstanding the threat that has changed around us in the sub-region, the internal security threat that has evolved, they have the financial wherewithal to protect us so that we can support education, we can support tourism, we can support health infrastructure, we can even support Ministry of Defense and Ministry of Interior, 500 million Ghana cedis. Mr. Speaker, let me use your platform to communicate to the Minister for Finance that this 2.9 billion, of which 2.4 is compensation and 500 million is for operations, can just not do the work. It cannot do the work. You don't find money to pay salaries and the operatives just hang around in the offices and do nothing. Mr. Speaker, something must be done before appropriation so that the National Security Council can function. With these few words, I support the motion. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Yes, let me go to Egriso. I'll come to you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to also support the motion for the adoption of the budget. Safe to say that, as my ranking did indicated, the budget is just not enough. Mr. Speaker, looking at the emerging threats that we face as a country, Mr. Speaker, for some time now, we would say that Ghana has become the oasis of peace in a very, very, very turbulent sub-region. And, Mr. Speaker, that is not a happenstance. It didn't just happen. It has happened as a result of the dint of hard work of our security architecture and the men in there. Mr. Speaker, the least we can do in the circumstance, and then also looking at the broader threats that we are faced with, is to give them the resources, is to give them an enhanced budget so that they will also be able to carry out what they are supposed to do. Mr. Speaker, in recent times, we all know that the world has become a very big stage for geopolitical drama, and it has real effect on countries. You can decide to play in there or stay aloof, but it does not mean that you are affected. You are not affected, Mr. Speaker. Your survival at the global stage now and all that is happening has to do with timeous obtain of intel, very timeous obtain of intel, and very apt security operations. Mr. Speaker, if you lapse in any of this, you will find your jurisdiction in a very big trouble. Mr. Speaker, at our own backyard, we see emerging threats. Mr. Speaker, recently we saw what happened in the bush regarding Galamsey. where security forces had moved in there, and then these Galamsey people in the bush are well armed. Mr. Speaker, knees were slashed, legs were slashed with cutlasses and other, very dangerous implements that, the people in the bush are processed with. Mr. Speaker, we know that Galamsey has now become a matter of security.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to support the motion that this House approves the sum of 10,730,872,251 Ghana cedis for the implementation of programmed activities of the Ministry of Interior and its agencies for the 2025 financial year. And in so doing, Mr. Speaker, to at the outset comment that at a time when countries, recognizing the real emerging threats facing their various security and prioritizing the public safety sector, and ensuring that they become the top 3 most funded ministries and agencies in their countries, this is the time that not much commitment has been demonstrated by this budget in respect of public safety sector. Ministry of Interior, Mr. Speaker, and its 11 agencies play a critical role in ensuring the internal peace and security of this country, to ensure that every Ghanaian and every visitor, walks around in their homes, their workplaces, feeling safe. They are doing their very best, but it is important that we support them with commensurate budgetary allocations to ensure the efficient and effective delivery of their vision and mandate. Mr. Speaker, in respect of the Ghana Police Service, they play a critical role in our peace and security, but this budget allocated to them cannot even meet some critical needs that they put forth. And these are very tenable needs, totaling to about 190 million. Those have not been allocated for, and now they're going to face a lot of shortfalls. Mr. Speaker, it is also important to mention that in this day and age, where we have just about 14,000 inmates in our prisons, and we're expecting that we'll be able to pay attention to the welfare of our correctional facilities, we are still talking about 1 cedi 80 pesewa ration per inmate per day. Mr. Speaker, this is expected to feed them 3 times a day. The difference between the citizen who walks freely on the streets and our brothers and sisters who are in the prison is just a matter of circumstance. And therefore, 14,000 is not such a huge number that we could not have allocated minimum 10 cedis a day to feed them 3 times a day. And we are still having 1.8 cedis as the ration for them. It is our expectation that by the time we get to the media review, the Ministry of Finance will take a critical look at this and ensure the dignity of our compatriots in our various correctional facilities. A lot of our prison facilities need renovation, they need fencing to even secure the facility, and a shortfall of over 160 million needed for this purpose has not been catered for. Mr. Speaker, on fire service, one of the state agencies that has rather unfairly been bastardized, misunderstood by the public, and so much expected from them and yet under-resourced, is the Ghana National Fire Service. Whenever fire unfortunately breaks out, whether in residential area or in the market, they are the first people we call. We have cause to complain about their response time. When they get there and they're struggling to feed their accessories, we have cause to throw tantrums at them. When they get there and there are issues with hydrants, we have cause to complain. And yet, we have not resourced them adequately to have the kind of tools and equipment befitting of 21st century Ghana National Fire Service to deliver. But they are willing to deliver if we get them the tools. We still have very obsolete equipment, overaged equipment. We need to have a holistic approach to retooling the Ghana National Fire Service, and the initial estimate presented is around $1 billion. This is not too much asking for, considering relatively other 2.7 billions and other billions allocated to other places, which this is even a much bigger priority. Public safety is paramount, and so it's an observation that is worth noting. In respect of Peace Council, we have some very sensitive conflicts that President Mahama has demonstrated commitment and is dealing with it, and all the whole of this country, together with the Committee on Defense and Interior, Utumfo, we are all supporting to ensure we bring peace to Boko and other similar conflicts that this country is bedeviled with. But Peace Council plays central role in this. They need to be resourced in order to be able to be effective at the role in peace building and restoring peace to these areas that need peace very urgently. Mr. Speaker, on NIA, all of us in this chamber and about 30 million others out there, for the reforms introduced by Bank of Ghana, before, and I'll be concluding soon, before you transact, before you can even cash money from your account, you need to have your Ghana card, and that has to be verified. There's also a flagship program introduced by this government to register children between the ages of 6 and 14. And this card is the same thing that is going to be used to access health insurance. But they have a shortfall of nearly 231 million. Mr. Speaker, without this funding, they cannot register all children between the ages of 6 and 14. The most dangerous aspect of the underfunding to NIA is that there is a serious issue to do with data protection. In this age of cyber threats and cyber attacks, the data of the entire architecture of NIA and Ghana card needs to be protected. But on page 6, Mr. Speaker, on page 20, and I conclude with this. The last paragraph, the committee further noted that the shortfall in the expenditure allocation will also affect critical activities, including payment of 60 million for a disaster recovery system. Mr. Speaker, I will suggest to Ministry of Finance that between now and the mid-year budget, if there's some emergency arrangement that could still be made to ensure that we attend to this critical need, they pay attention to this, and in so speaking, with these few words, to support the motion. I thank you.
Thank you very much. Well, former Minister for Defense and former Deputy Minister for Defense, I'll give you the opportunity because of the intelligence aspect. So let me first listen to the former Minister for Defense.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, let me commend the government. I looked at the compensation budget of the Minister of Interior, and I see there is an improvement on last year's budget by a big margin, which is very, very good. The only two things that it will show, either they are going to do, the government is going to do recruitment, or that they will increase the compensation package for members of the Ministry of Interior, which for me is good. We should do that. If you watch our sub-region, security should be the #1 priority of any government. I ever sat in a meeting where the Israeli Prime Minister was speaking, and he said that security is everything for them. Security is everything. So whether you are talking of national security, you are talking of defense, interior, or any other security is everything. Every other thing follows, because first you have to have a life. If you do not have a life, then all other things are useless to a corpse. So security is everything. So, and if you watch what is happening in West Africa, where governments around us are spending more than 5% of their GDP on security, we are doing less than 1%, Mr. Speaker. Yes. We are doing less than 1%. And it's not good for us at all. We are becoming the weakest link if we don't take time in West Africa, all across. It's not just only the Ministry of Interior, all across the security subsector. But it's the beginning, and I hope that the government will begin to improve on the allocations to the various ministries. I have a little concern about the papers given to the Minister of the Interior before I come to the national security. If you check last year, 236 million was given to the Minister of Interior for CAPEX. And Mr. Speaker, I can tell you that even though 155 was released, they owe a lot for capital expenditure projects. And today, we are now having 101 million. In fact, I believe that in the next 3 months, the minister will be looking for more money from somewhere. It's as clear as that. Because of what they do. The point operating basis that the military, and I know that the Minister of Defense will come and talk about it, they are building, is a twin project. We started first with the Minister of Defense once, but the twin project is another one for the Minister of Interior using these people. These are green people. What's the name of immigration. Immigration is the first point of contact of any person coming into the Republic. And we have positioned them in all the entry and exit points. Even in the unapproved entry points. In the eastern corridor of Ghana, we have over 300 unapproved corridors. We are trying to position, or they are trying to position the immigration in all this. The idea was to ensure that immigration also has protective cover and small bases so that they can protect themselves. And I was expecting that that will feature in this. If it's not, I think and I hope the government will find some money within the big push to do that project. Because the soldiers will not be the first point of contact. It's the immigration who are always the first point. The soldiers will give them backup. So the soldiers are supposed to give them backup. And I hope that enough papers will be given to the Minister for Interior to do this project. Otherwise, it will not help anybody, it will not help us. But more importantly, Mr. Speaker, the Minister of the agency that is under national security, I looked at the national security budget and I want to support what the ranking member said on national security. Trust me, the experience I've gathered over the last 8 years, if you do not resource national security budget, the Interior Minister and the Defense Minister, they will suffer. They do not have the budget for what we call special operations, and they will spend a lot of money on special operations, Mr. Speaker. There is no doubt about it. And that money will have to come from national security. So if the national security budget is not, you don't have enough money for special operations, you are going to suffer in Boku, you are going to suffer in all the places. You cannot send a soldier or a policeman to the field there and give him one CD a day as we are currently having. You are just demotivating him. And so I want to say that we should really look at that particular budget, and I want to support and we'll look at it. Otherwise, I can tell you that they will just overspend. And when there is a conflict somewhere, you cannot tell the security people to sit down. They will go. They will go and they will bring you debt. And national security will have to look for the money. Because of the way defense and interior budgets are couched and they are captured, you cannot spend just easily as the way national security will. And so they always use national security to cater for all this expenditure. And it's going to be from the operations resources. And I want to support him that we should look at that and make sure that national security, otherwise, the peace we are enjoying and touting ourselves as the second most peaceful nation, we may not be able to enjoy that. And I think that we should look for more resources to give to them to be able to do that. The budget, I want to support the motion moved by the Minister for the Interior and say that the President and the Minister for Finance should begin to see how he can resource them more than what he has done. He's done very well. some of the figures have gone, and I think that I must confess that some of the figures have gone, which is good for me. But we need to do more because we are becoming more like the weakest link across the entire sub-region. Because there are problems in many of these countries, and Ghana is peaceful, we want to assume that we are okay. We are not okay, Mr. Speaker. We are not okay. We must ensure that we spend to continue to remain very peaceful. And God forbid, the Israelis will tell you that if you wait for something to happen, then you are failed in advance. If you wait for a terrorist activity to happen in the country, you are failed in advance. So you must resource the people who are supposed to do it. You must resource the Minister of Interior. You must resource for the Ghana Armed Forces. You must actually resource. Prevention is intelligence-led. So you must resource those who are doing the intelligence so that nothing happens. We need it. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to conclude by saying that I support the call that we should really look at the operations budget of national security. They will need it. We can double it for them as a start. So the minister should look for some resources somewhere and double the operations budget for now, as a start. And then we'll see what happens in the media. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Lastly, I'll give it to the former defense minister. I think after this, if you indulge me in leadership, I'll even ignore you so that, because we've taken a lot of time. Yes. Yes, Honorable.
Thank you very much, Mr.
And I'm
Speaker.
happy the Minister for Finance is here to listen to what is going on. Yes.
Thank you for the opportunity to add my voice for the approval of the budgetary allocation for the ministries of Interior and Defense. Mr. Speaker, it is important that we bring to the fore some effort made by the Akufo-Addo-led government in securing our borders and making sure that Ghana is secure. First of all, we all appreciate the fact that our borders are porous. And in a sub-region where things are not normal, you cannot have porous borders and then have a secured nation. The Akufo-Addo-led government actually provided for our immigration the anti-ballistic carbines, which is very important in picking signals of any illegal stuff coming into this country. Mr. Speaker, this, when done and done properly, will lessen the work of our men and women in uniform because they will be fed with intelligence. So they will have targets and not just go on a fishing expedition. But Mr. Speaker, looking at the budget of the Ministry of Interior, yes, this equipment have been provided, but we do not have the money for its maintenance. And it is often said that Ghana suffers from a culture of not maintaining what we have. And so if we are unable to maintain this fantastic equipment, Mr. Speaker, in no time the equipment will break down. And when they break down, that will mean money is going down the drain. Mr. Speaker, the Akufo-Addo-led government undertook the construction of accommodation facilities for the Ministry of Defense and by extension the Ghana Armed Forces. We all know that we are recruiting to increase our men. We are doing so because of the threat facing our nation. And so if you look at what the Akufo-Addo-led government did, most accommodation were provided across all the garrisons in, for the Ministry of Defense. Mr. Speaker, if you look at the CAPEX given to the Ministry of Defense, a CAPEX of 260 million.
We are talking about Interior, not Defense.
Defense, yes, Defense. The CAPEX of 200 and...
What I'm talking, I'm just...
Oh, okay, all right. Mr. Speaker, then let me handle Interior before I come to... I have this love for Ministry of Defense. Mr. Speaker, I will go to fire service, just as my ranking said. This is one agency that has been bastardized for no reason. In this time and age, Mr. Speaker, our fire service are using tenders which are about 20 years old. Most of them are out of production, and so acquiring even the spares to fix them when they break down is a problem. And when you don't get the spares on the open market, they become expensive. And so when you go to fix them, Mr. Speaker, you end up using monies which otherwise could have been used to purchase more
recent and more technologically advanced tender. And so it's an area we really have to look, because here we are in this country being faced with fires all over, yet we don't have the necessary gadget to fight this fire. And so if steps are not taken, Mr. Speaker, we will come here year in, year out and complain about fires. Mr. Speaker, the issue of prisons was also mentioned. One cedi 80 pesos to feed a prisoner for a day, Mr. Speaker, is woefully inadequate. To even say woefully inadequate is really not the best description. No wonder our prisoners are eating zontoli. Mr. Speaker, all of us sitting in this room are potential jail-bound. Someday you will never know. There are people who are in jail, they have not committed any crime, but they are there. Mr. Speaker, it is important that we look both at the feeding of our prisoners or inmates and also the sanitary condition of our prisons. A child being fed 1 meal a day has the school feeding amount increased, I guess. But here we have a prisoner who is being fed 3 times a day on 1 cedi 80 pesos. Mr. Speaker, and the Ministry of Finance must do something about this. It is sad. It is very sad.
Thank you.
It is important, I will just be brief, but it is important that in this time of age, intelligence decides everything. Intelligence is everything. Mr. Speaker, it is important that in a sub-region where we are confronted with many problems in terms of acts of terrorism and all that, Mr. Speaker, it is important that we resource very well our external research unit under the Ministry of Interior or the National Security Agency. It's important we do that. Mr. Speaker, when we are able to do that, we will be fed with the right intelligence. And once we have the right intelligence, dealing with the issue will be as easy as anything. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And with these few words, I pray that we approve the budget for the Security and Intelligence Committee and that of the Ministry of Interior. Thank you.
Yes, leadership, please, let's be snappy. We have so many reports to take. So many reports to take. So, Speaker, Honorable Jerry, let's try to be snappy.
Yes, very snappy, Speaker. Thank you very much for the opportunity to contribute to this motion. Speaker, if you look at the report, especially paragraph 7, Speaker, it indicates the following, that challenges faced by the Ministry of National Security in 2024. And Speaker, I'm looking at even the first one. Inadequate allocation and delays. Speaker, delays in budgetary disbursement. Speaker, for me, all these conversations are very critical. But what happens when the monies don't get to the ministry? In fact, now the National Security Agency or Council. It means that there won't be preemptive acts. We are not going to resolve most of these security issues by being proactive, by thinking ahead of the situation. And when you are not dealing with intelligence on the right time, at the right time, Speaker, what it means is that whatever the situation would be, whoever is involved would have caused all the damage. Speaker, it is therefore very critical to look at the issues of disbursement and how it should be done on time. Speaker, the other part which is very critical is the changing trends of modern crimes. Speaker, when you are dealing with Sakawa, and you are dealing with all manner of crimes, and people can sit in their rooms and ensure that they leave so much money, and you are not versed with the kind of technicalities and techniques, you are not emboldened to ensure that these things are prevented. Speaker, if we are not careful, we'll be sitting here, there will be time that you are even here in Parliament and the whole system may be hacked. So what we are praying for is, let us support the National Security Council with the resources they require. What we have seen is a paltry amount of 2.9 billion, and we have all been told that about 2.4 is going into only compensation. So what is the 500 million going to do? 500 million is not going to do anything for intelligence. Let me also just take this opportunity to as it were, advise that we should also use the National Security Council for purposes that they are meant for. Speaker, about 3 weeks ago, I had a weightlifting elections. About 80 members of operatives of national security were there to stop the election. When we still have a problem of undercapacity, when we still have the problem of inadequate staff strength. So you ask yourself, are they there to do the work that they are tasked to do? It is very critical that with all the monies that we are thinking of pushing to them, they should make sure that they do what they are expected to do as national security operatives. Speaker, with this, I want to thank you very much.
Thank you. Lastly, majority leadership.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I was seeking your leave to leave the conclusion of the debate to the former leader and Minister of Education.
Mr. Speaker, Minister of Education, yes.
Mr. Speaker, let me thank you very much.
But be snappy for us.
Mr. Speaker, I shall endeavor to. Mr. Speaker, to speak in favor of the motion and appreciate that the amount of money allocated for national security may not be adequate within the constraints of the budget. But Mr. Speaker, I rose for a good reason. When I heard the Honorable Nitiwo, former Minister for Defense, speak, that compelled me to come on so that we go back to the same drawing table. Mr. Speaker, in the past, I'm aware that there was a meeting convened then by Minister for National Security, Kandapa. He participated in that meeting. There were the Ministers for Foreign Affairs, Minister for Communication, Defense and Interior. And Mr. Speaker, that discussion took place in Akusumbo. And it was for us as a country and parliament to appreciate the magnitude of the threat to the national security of our country and to resource in particular the Minister for Defense, Minister of Defense, Minister of Interior and National Security to respond to those exigencies of the time. Mr. Speaker, in that meeting, so Honorable Nitiwo, I'm reminding you about the Akusumbo consensus. So share it. There was the Akusumbo consensus where we said that the Minister for Finance, fortunately he's here, must dedicate at least a budget of $2 billion to support the security-related ministries. This was a bipartisan discussion, bipartisan approach in order that the Ministry of Defense, Interior and National Security can respond to it. I can agree more with you when you say that the first responsibility of every government and the president is the security of the citizens. That we assure you. But I think that we should relive the Akusumbo consensus. Maybe the Minister for Defense or my good friend, Honorable Minister for Interior, must get the group to meet again. Because in that meeting, we discussed the specific needs of the ministries and the agencies, whether it was defense or whether it was interior, what was the requirement, so that we make a special case for the Minister for Finance. In a review budget, he can dedicate, if he can't get all the 2 billion, at least 1 billion should go to support their budget. With this few comments, Mr. Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you very, very much. Honorable members, at the conclusion of the debate. Minister, I want to say something.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Apart from thanking members to say that most of the comments that were made have been noted and we can assure them. And I'm also happy the Finance Minister walked in briefly and will extend the comments to him for consideration, hopefully, during the mid-year review. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Honorable members, at the conclusion of the debate, the question is all those in favor of the motion listed 32 in today's order paper, say aye. All those against, say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. the motion is carried, and that this House has approved the sum of 13 billion 729 million 306,027 cedis for the services of the Ministry of Interior and that of the National Security for the service for the year ending 31st December 2025. Yes, leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, can we continue on the same page 8 and take item number 33? Thank you.
Very well. Before I call the minister, indulge me to acknowledge our children at the public gallery. And the first school is Medina Senior High School. They are being led by Mrs. Faustina Alounu, who is the headmistress, and the school is located, as usual, Medina constituency. And I guess the Member of Parliament is here. Then we have Juapon Methodist Basic School. Juapon Methodist Basic School. They are being led by Mr. Apia Solom Otu, who is the head teacher, and the school is located at Northtown constituency. I think the Minister for Foreign Affairs constituency. Yes. So you are all welcome, and I believe you are monitoring what is going on, and that should urge you. Nobody should tell you. It should urge you to study and study and study hard, so that tomorrow you can also be here. You are welcome, and we wish you well. Thank you. You may resume your seat. Let me now turn to page 8. Page 8, item listed 33. Item listed 33, Minister for Defense.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that this Honorable House approves the sum of 6,371,467,598 for the services of the Ministry of Defense for the year ending 31st December 2025. Mr. Speaker, before I move, let me emphasize a related argument which follows from that of the Ministry of Interior and the National Security that members have so eloquently espoused. We face issues of cybercrime, illegal mining, galamsey, conflicts between herdsmen and local communities, particularly farmers, violent extremism and terrorism. And so as a result of this, we have critical national infrastructure that must be continued with new ones initiated, particularly in our forward operating bases, in order to be able to place troops closer to where threats may emanate directly from. In addition, we also require to keep our troops in conflict areas, including Boko, presently active, well-fed, and because of all these issues, we think that we would have needed more than we have. However, what we have, we will manage with it, with the hope that as the finance minister continues with his reset agenda and fixes the economy, hopefully he may come back to the House in the course of the year and allocate significant and commensurate amount that will be able to meet the new and additional challenges that we would have to address. With these few words, Mr. Speaker, I so move.
Thank you very much. Honorable Chairman for the committee.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to second the motion moved for the approval of 6,371,467,598 for the services of the Ministry of Defense. In doing so, Mr. Speaker, I would pray that the Hazard Department captures the report of the committee in its entirety, whilst I touch on the observations made by the committee for purposes of clarity. Mr. Speaker, the committee clearly observed at page 18 of the report that the imminent threat of terrorism and related crimes, including illegal mining, conflicts between herdsmen and local communities, and cyber crimes are threats that must be addressed as a matter of urgency. Mr. Speaker, the committee also noted at page 19 of its report that it is vital to ensure that the Afari Military Hospital is operationalized by the end of this financial year. This commitment has been made, and the Minister for Defense assured the committee that come what may, he would work closely with the Minister for Finance to ensure that all outstanding financial issues are resolved in order to operationalize the hospital. Mr. Speaker, the committee also noted with concern the rampant encroachment on lands belonging to the Ghana Armed Forces. The assurance was given that the Ghana Armed Forces had initiated steps to liaise with the Lands Commission to ensure that all legal documentation relating to the lands in question are completed and handed over to the armed forces to ensure that they are able to protect their lands from encroachment. To conclude, Mr. Speaker, and let me refer you to paragraph 18 of the report, the committee observed with keen interest that the armed forces of Ghana had incurred huge indebtedness to the tune of 38,097,661 from the peacekeeping funds by the armed forces due to withdrawals to finance various activities, including ECOWAS mission in the Gambia, the Guinea and Guinea-Bissau. Recognizing the impact of this indebtedness on peacekeeping operations, the committee recommends that the Minister for Defense collaborates with the Minister responsible for Finance to urgently reimburse the amount owed to the peacekeeping fund to ensure the security, well-being, and effective rotation of peacekeeping officers. On this note, Mr. Speaker, I urge the House to approve and support the motion moved to enable the... What is
Mr. Speaker, before you move, I think that, unless my report is wrong, page 18, the money is in dollars, the 38 million is in dollars, not cedis.
Yes, that is true. Mr. Speaker, that observation is correct. And so with your kind permission, I would want to effect the necessary amendments. With your leave, Mr. Speaker.
Very well. Leave granted. Honorable members, the motion has been moved and it has been seconded. It is now before the House for consideration. Yes, Ranking.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I rise to support the motion that this House approves the sum of 6,371,467,598 Ghana cedis for the implementation of programs for the Ministry of Defense and its agencies for the year ending 2025. Mr. Speaker, and so doing to indicate that if the government, as demonstrated by members of the government who are forespoken, that the priority of this government is security. Mr. Speaker, the budget allocation to Defense Ministry betrays that assertion. It is the budgetary allocation that determines what the government deems as priority. And clearly, with this allocation, it is woefully inadequate. Mr. Speaker, Ministry of Defense plays a critical role of safeguarding the territorial borders, the territorial integrity, our stability and security as a nation. We have a fresh minister who has just been appointed. I know he's a very good friend of the finance minister. And so we are expecting adequate allocation to the sector. We have freshly appointed Chief of Defense Staff, Service Chiefs, Chief of Naval Staff, Chief of Army Staff, Chief of Air Staff, Chief of Staff. These are very seasoned soldiers who bring to the fore very solid credentials. And they are poised to deliver, but we need to give them the resources to be able to deliver. We need to resource the Navy with the requisite ships and offshore patrol ships to be able to beef up their fleet of equipment to deliver what they are poised to do so. We saw in this budget here an indication under the Ministry of Defense that the government is committed to completing the 15 forward operating bases that are ongoing. And the expectation was that commensurate allocations should be given to the Ministry of Defense for the timeous completion of those projects. But what we saw allocated to them cannot even complete one this year. Mr. Speaker, we must speak up for the Ministry of Defense. If you speak up for the Ministry of Defense, you are speaking for the stability of this country, you are speaking for Ghana. And therefore, in a bipartisan way, we think that if there's any ministry who should be within the top 3 of the highest budgetary allocation, Ministry of Defense should have been one of them. But that is not what we see here. Reimbursement of the $38 million, as my chairman had indicated, and the concern also raised by the former defense minister, is one that is critical. It's fundamental to the morale of our rank and file. So we urge and appeal to the Minister for Finance to, as a matter of urgency, to support the Minister for Defense and reimburse same amount quickly, so that the Minister for Defense will be well positioned to maintain that morale that is expected. Afari Hospital, Mr. Speaker, it's long overdue, and we are hoping that we will see timeous completion of that hospital whilst paying attention to 37 military hospital and to beef up. The minister has given us assurances, some brilliant initiatives and support that he has started even supporting the 37 military hospital with. We want to support him, but we want the Ministry of Finance to support us in that endeavor. And on this note, to raise all our generals well and to assure them that we will speak for them, for the Ministry of Finance, to demonstrate beyond rhetorics that defense and security is our priority by way of allocation. I'm happy the Minister for Finance has just entered. Minister of Finance, we are appealing that you support your good friend Minister for Defense. Reimburse the peacekeeper. Oh, he has assured we shouldn't worry. So we are hoping that the mid-year budget will see increase, commensurate increase, to support them to deliver. I thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, Honorable.
Mr. Speaker, I'm happy
Honorable, let me go here, then I come here. Let me call the Minister for Labor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I also rise to support the motion on the report of the Committee on Defense and Interior on the 2025 budget report. Mr. Speaker, the Ministry of Defense, as has been observed earlier, is a critical ministry that provides leadership for the defense of this country. Mr. Speaker, Ghana is at a position where our defense is logically a key factor of our investment because of everything surrounding us. Mali, what is happening there, Burkina Faso, and elsewhere. The combination of these factors, as observed by the report, poses a threat of terrorism, and the need for the military to equip itself and be prepared for any eventuality is underlined. Mr. Speaker, but I want to observe that there has been lack of commitment to house the military in this country. If you visit the closest place and in the center of the city, the Burma camp, you will be very sad about the kind of accommodation some of our military people live. And I think that it is important that this is looked at thoroughly so that in future we don't begin to complain about eventualities that will cripple our effort to defend this nation. Mr. Speaker, so much needs to be done by the military, not just in the defense of our borders, but also in the support of the military to perform its role outside the country. We have noticed that the Ghana military is very much respected throughout the country, throughout the world, especially in their performance at peacekeeping efforts and other military interventions that will require an international cooperation. So this vote given to them, I do support that we allocate the said amount to them. But I think that what should have been given them is not what they have allocated for them this year. And I suppose that at the end of it all, this 6.3 billion that has been given to them should be properly allocated to the appropriate places as indicated here, so that in our oversight we can be sure that so much is spent to enforce the functional duty of the military, and so much is also invested in the building, in the office building as indicated in the report, and the accommodation of the military. Mr. Speaker, because of the strategic nature of this ministry, I want to call on my friends, my colleagues everywhere, to support the allocation and to support the motion. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Let me go to former Minister for Defense.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. It is my pleasure to support this motion. But I'm always supporting with heavy heart. Because when you see a budget of 6.3 billion, somebody will sit there and say, oh, the Minister for Defense has a lot of money. 5.6 billion of that money is for compensation. Really has nothing. I wish the Minister for Finance was here. And leadership, please carry the message to the Minister for Finance that we will have to find the Akosombo Accord and come back to it. If we were truly, as a country, giving the Minister of Defense or the Minister of Defense the resources, the Minister of Defense should not get anything less than 118 billion Ghana cedi in this budget. Yes, because all the countries, Ivory Coast, Burkina Faso, Mali, Niger, Guinea, Nigeria, all the countries, they spend a minimum of 1.5% of their GDP. If our GDP is 1.2 trillion Ghana cedi, then we should spend a minimum of 1.5%, which are close to 18 billion Ghana cedi. And that's what we should be looking at. Mr. Speaker, I want to go back to what the Minister of Education said, that this Parliament has always been very supportive of the Minister of Ministry of Defense. It is the reason why we went on not on one occasion, not on two occasions, at least 3 occasions to Akosombo to all agree that the Minister for Finance should look for resources to give to the Minister for Defense. It doesn't matter who the person is, to ensure that they can protect our country. Senegal is building a very big port, the biggest in West Africa. What we can achieve with our new port is to ensure that the security on our high seas. And you can only do that with the Navy. But as we see today, we all know what the state of the Navy is. It is not in my interest to state what the state is. But if it were a committee of the whole, I would have stated exactly where we find ourselves with Navy and with Air Force. Mr. Speaker, I want to carry this sentiment to the Minister for Finance that he has to find money, whatever it is, to ensure that the Minister for Defense is able to give capacity to the armed forces, especially Navy and Air Force, and especially Air Force. After the issue of the 2 OPVs, I believe he knows that I have always told him that he must make sure that those OPVs are bought. But the Air Force, Mr. Speaker, you cannot have an Air Force and not let it be an Air Force. Mr. Speaker, we tried to buy 6 LNG aircrafts for the Air Force. It is still on the table. We know that we got ourselves locked up because of the IMF deal that we went into. But I think that the Minister for Finance should support the Minister for Defense. It is in our interest not to be the weakest link. I'm saying Ivory Coast, Togo to our right, if you look up north. If you are facing the northern direction, Togo to our right, Ivory Coast to our west, Burkina to our north, Mali to our north, Niger and Guinea, all of them spend a minimum of 1.5% of their GDP. Let everybody take a calculator and calculate and know how much we should be spending to match up. Mr. Speaker, I'm not even saying that surpass the match up. So the current Minister for Defense needs a lot of support for all of us. Unfortunately, he knows. Unfortunately, he knows. It's the same support you gave me. Trust me, anytime the budget of the Minister of Defense came, I remember Harun Edrusi here and a lot of you, Agaga, the same support you gave me. What I'm saying, I'm just repeating as if I'm quoting some of you who were here. Mr. Speaker, I want also the leadership to carry the sentiment of this House to the Finance Minister that he should immediately look for $38 million and give to the Minister for Defense to ensure that the peacekeeping resource is not compromised. It is not because of mismanagement for the Minister of Defense, no. It's not because of mismanagement for the armed forces, no. But it is because the armed forces were pragmatic enough to save this country. They had to look for money to purchase a ship for us. Without that ship, Mr. Speaker, I don't know where the Navy would have been. And they use the peacekeeping resource. Mr. Speaker, the ECOWAS heads of states and heads of government met and said that we should send troops to Gambia and then to Guinea. The Minister for Finance was expected to make sure that they give the Minister of Defense enough money to be able to take off these troops. But as usual, Ghana is constrained. So the soldiers had to find a way of financing these missions from their own resource. Today we have this shortfall. And so the Minister for Finance must look for this money for the Minister for Defense to ensure that when the soldiers are coming in, and there's a record that we set, we never paid any soldier in Ghana. All soldiers were paid in their mission areas. I want the minister to be supported to ensure. I want the minister to be supported to ensure that that record is not broken. So please, send the sentiment of this House to the Minister for Finance that should look for $38 million and give to the Minister for Defense to ensure that he can at least start on a good note. Mr. Speaker, the Minister for Defense should get a minimum of $3 to $4 billion from the big push. Yes. Mr. Speaker, he needs to get these resources. Otherwise, you may not be able to complete Afari. Otherwise, the minister will not be able to complete the forward operating bases. Otherwise, the minister will not be able to complete the forward operating base, the Navy forward operating base. So that big push of 13 billion, the Minister of Finance should allocate a minimum of 4 billion to the Minister for Defense. Trust me. The Minister for Road, you know that I'm always with you. And you know that I'll push for 8 billion for you. You have no problem. But Mr. Speaker, I want to say, and let me say emphatically that I'm not joking. With our security, there is no country. And the Minister for Defense needs to be supported in all honesty. I left the place and I know why I keep repeating that he needs to be supported in all honesty. He needs to be supported in all honesty. So whatever and wherever we have to get the resources to make sure that we support the Minister for Defense, let's do it. Because it is the only institution where you cannot play politics. So what we are saying from the bottom of our hearts, you cannot play politics with the armed forces. And we will not play politics with the armed forces. So it's the reason we are supporting you and making sure that he gets the resources to do what he has to do. The 38 million chief whip and deputy leader, please pass that information to the Minister for Finance. That immediately, he should not wait. The next rotation is in I think, May and June. Immediately, by April ending, he should look for that money for him. Otherwise, the Minister for Defense will be very, very hot. You don't want to have angry soldiers returning from Lebanon. No. You don't want to have angry soldiers returning from Guinea. No. You don't want to have angry soldiers returning from Gambia. No. Just make them happy. Even if we are hungry here, you make them happy. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member for Bimbila. Honorable, you have a lot to say. I'll give you the floor, but please be snappy for me, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And for the fact that my good friend, the Honorable Abuja, is very conversant with his Sunday lessons, I think I'll be brief. Mr. Speaker, one thing the Ghana Armed Forces, and the Honorable Pepu said it right, he hit the nail right on the head, is accommodation. Mr. Speaker, yes, the NPP government undertook the construction of accommodation across all the garrisons of the Ghana Armed Forces. But Mr. Speaker, we still need more. We need more because for years, the Ghana Armed Forces was neglected. And then looking at the fact that we are also recruiting men and women, Mr. Speaker, it is important that we look at providing a decent accommodation for our men and women in uniform. Mr. Speaker, one thing which is also a problem has to do with the regularization of the land titles of the Ministry of Defense. Their lands are being encroached upon left, right, center. And Mr. Speaker, this is happening because they do not have the necessary titles to the lands. And so once they do not have, it becomes easier for people to encroach on the land. It is very important, Mr. Speaker, that we look at getting the needed finances to ensure that all lands belonging to the Ghana Armed Forces have the needed title. Mr. Speaker, one thing, and then maybe I will take my seat, has to do with Afari. For a hospital whose commercial contract was signed in November of 2008, and Mr. Speaker, till today we are still talking about Afari. It's really a worrisome thing for all of us and for everybody who loves to see a very healthy Ghana Armed Forces. Mr. Speaker, it is a worrying thing. And it is so because I believe strongly that the contractor is not doing right with Ghanaians. I think I've had a lengthy conversation with the Minister for Defense that it is something we really have to look at. And Mr. Minister, whilst looking at Afari, I think it is also important that we look at how we construct our contract in this country. It is affecting us, and Mr. Speaker, the way we construct our contract in this country is really, for want of a better word, sucking this country dry. Because we end up, Afari, the total cost of Afari was $180 million. Mr. Speaker, if we are to sit down and go into it, we may be paying more than the 180 million in terms of delay in payment and all that. Let us be mindful and construct our contract in a way that the country will not be throwing good monies away. For me, this is a worrying thing. And I think that if we are able to look at it critically and do things within the legal framework and do it right, this country will end up saving a lot of money. I think that my minister and my boss has said it all. Mr. Speaker, with these few words, I'll pray this August House to approve the budgetary allocation for the Ministry of Defense, although their capex is woefully inadequate, where 260 million, 100 million is going for the forward operating basis. And Mr. Speaker, looking at even the outstanding certificate, that 100 million will not be enough. And so the idea that we are completing the forward FOBs or forward operating basis this year, I don't see it happening. But Mr. Minister, I believe that you can be creative and innovative to really get some of these things done. Thank you.
Let me go here, I'll come to you. Yes, Honorable Member for Kote.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to the motion that this House adopts the report of the Committee on Defence and Interior on the 2025 budget estimates. Mr. Speaker, I'm really glad that the former minister and former deputy ministers have found their voice to support the ministry from the other side, because I remember repeatedly on this floor and in the committee when we were speaking to the issues of Afari not being completed, 37 requiring even their radiology department to be revamped. I remember us talking about the FOBs every year and we were given different percentages of completion. So I'm glad that you are raising these issues, and I'm sure I can stand here confidently and assure that this NDC government under the presidency of John Mahama will definitely finish what you didn't do in 8 years. Mr. Speaker, indeed, where we are now, security is a priority for all of us. And I'm very happy that we are sharing a single voice on the fact that this is something that must take priority. I'm hoping that the defense industries will have a role to play in the big push as we see how the Ghana Armed Forces can contribute towards the industrialization of our country, and indeed hopefully support the roads minister in some of what he hopes to do in the former minister's constituency as he pushes for the 8 billion. Mr. Speaker, truly, our security challenges are many, and there is never enough money to support this. But I would like to urge, as we look at some of the challenges that the armed forces complain about, that as various state agencies take advantage of the Air Force, that they will contribute towards the payment of fuel, because some of the outstanding bills that the armed forces has with regards to their fuel costs are from the fact that other agencies and ministries make use of their equipment but do not support the payment of their fuel bills. And so I'm glad the Minister for Defense is here so that he can chase the Minister of Finance for the payment of things that are incurred not by the armed forces but by the use of other agencies. Mr. Speaker, I do add my voice to my colleagues regarding the fact that the amount of money that has been assigned to the ministry ought to be increased, and we are hoping that in the mid-year budget review, the minister will come and give us some much better news. But in the meantime, given that we are tightening our belts due to debts that have been inherited, we will have to make do with what we have for now, and therefore I urge this House to support the sum of 6,371,467,598 Ghana cedis for the implementation of the programs of the Ministry of Defense and its agencies for the 2025 financial year. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honourable Member for Abetifi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity. Mr. Speaker, my line is similar to what I delivered on the security and intelligence budget presentation. Mr. Speaker, I'm of the view that this budget line shouldn't have made it past the committee level, because it's again, we are spending about what, 2% of the 290 billion budget on defense. 290 billion. We are giving Ministry of Defense 6 billion. 4 billion plus is into compensation. What are we doing as a country? What are we doing as a country, Mr. Speaker? Without security, everything else falls apart. Mr. Speaker, in the sub-region, we are dealing with major terrorist threats. Internally, we have major challenges: Calm Life, Al-Qaeda, Nusrat, Al-Muslim. The major issues that we are dealing with, and major issues that our military is handling, our Navy, maritime security. And we are giving them what, $1 billion, north of $1 billion cedis for capex and goods and services. And we are all looking on, asking that this budget be approved. We are only paying our soldiers a salary and asking them to stay at the barracks. Mr. Speaker, waiting for mid-year. No, but I'm saying that we are paying them a salary and not giving them money to do the operation that is required to protect the country. So because we have to pay them a salary, line 1 compensation, we always find the money, 4.5 billion. Then clothing, weapons, fuel, everything that they require to protect the country from major threats, they are unable to fund it. And I heard the former minister tell his successor to find ways. Mr. Speaker, all the ways that we know about is in this document. So if we are going to give them money, it has to find a way in the budget. How is the defense minister? Are we encouraging the Ministry of Defense to go into Galamsey? Exactly. So if we keep telling them that they should find ways, where are they going to find a way? Mr. Speaker, Ministry of Finance is fond of finding a language to pack money at the ministry. During our time, we called it Ghana Cares, 10 billion. Ministry of Agric, go to Ghana Cares. Ministry of Defense, go to Ghana Cares. Ministry of Health, go to Ghana Cares. Obatampa, everybody go to Ghana Cares, Obatampa. In 2025, the Ministry of Finance, they've changed the language. Now they call it Big Push. Anything that you want, Agric, go to Big Push. Well, how are you going to fund Akuko Kitinkiti? They say go to Big Push. How are you going to fund the roads? They say go to Big Push. How are you going to fund national security? They say go to Big Push. How are you going to fund defense and interior? They say Big Push. It is a creation of Ministry of Finance to deceive the political class. You see, that is why I'm speaking for you. About Tampa, I didn't speak. That is why I'm speaking for you.
Minister,
Mr. Speaker,
I didn't want to do that.
Decline the invitation. Mr. Speaker, decline the invitation.
Minister, we are coming to take your report. So,
Ministry of Education, you need money. Go to Big Push. Mr. Speaker, it is a creation of Ministry of Finance to tease the political class. We have to be careful about it. So if we want to give the Ministry of Defense money to deal with the security threats that confronts us, It should be in their goods and services. It should be in their capex. Take it out of the big push now and allocate it to the Ministry of Defense. Mr. Speaker, where we find ourselves as Ghana in a sub-region, I've said it when I was at the National Security Ministry and in the Interior Ministry, that Ghana happens to be the only good boy in a bad neighborhood. All around us, there's fire. Eastern border, western border, northern border. We seem to be the isolated, safe place. We are doing something right, but we cannot just continue to rely on prayers. We cannot rely on prayers alone. We have to do something for ourselves. We need to fund the security agencies to allow them the opportunity to protect us. Internally, Mr. Speaker, we have Operation Cow Leg. Mr. Speaker, what bothers me is that if they have dog kennels, if we don't take time, by June, all the dogs will be dead. If we don't find money for them and say Ministry of Defense should go to big push, by June, we will have no dogs. And the minister is aware. And we expect this side. Mr. Speaker, we are not crying more than the bereaved. Because we know that the people on this side, they have their dogs. But by June, the dogs will be dead. There's no money in the goods and services to feed the dogs. Mr. Speaker, I'm pleading with the Finance Ministry to pay particular attention to the security agencies, the Ministry of Interior, Ministry of Defense, and Ministry of National Security. Without them, everything else that flows in the budget may not be fulfilled. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Let me come to leadership. Leadership. Leader. Yes. But please, let be snappy. I beg of you. Leader. Yes, I
Speaker, I rise to speak in support of the motion for the passage of the advertised amount in lieu of the Ministry of Defense. I have listened to the former minister. I've also listened to my good friend, Honorable Brian Champo, and just a few observations. So we are going through the report of the committee. Glaringly coming out is a funding gap of some 160 million, all in the context of the call for more funding to be given to the ministry in support of the agencies of the ministry. 116 million Ghana cedis as a funding gap. Unfortunately, we don't have the exchequer here. The Minister of Finance is not here. Then, in respect of CAPEX, not to overflog the matter, I think colleagues who spoke earlier have related to same. A certain funding gap of 570 million plus in respect of critical infrastructure and operational platforms. Speaker, this is woefully inadequate. This is unacceptable. And I think something has to be done in this regard. We can't just let go. Operational platforms, Honorable Agaga, we can't just let this go. I think something has to be done. And so my call will be that the two funding gaps, one in respect of the agencies, the 116 million, and then the 770 million, either of them would have to be met. We can't leave the two. Give them yours. Speaker, I'm surprised to read in the report that issue about encroachment of the armed forces land is still rearing its head. How can it be the whole armed forces lands are being this is unacceptable. Yes, check the report. So we will have to bring this to the attention of the ministry, and for the desired attention to be taken. Speaker, I recall the project, the Blue Water Initiative, and we are told the water guards where if you check the budget, there is express provision in terms of the Ministry of Environment and the Lands Ministry. Speaker, these water guards initiative cannot succeed without an interface from the Ministry of Defense. Unless they are telling us it's the usual job for the boys. And when you go through the report, you don't see any interface. How will this water guard succeed without support in terms of capacity building from the Ministry of Defense? And Speaker, we cannot approve this budget without any statement coming from the Minister. Minister, if I have your attention, what is the interface of the Ministry of Defense in terms of your project of water guards? Who are going to train them? Who will give them the capacity needed to be able to execute on the job mandate? Are we just doing it for job for the boys? Speaker, is it the case that we are just doing it for job for the boys? I think that ideally, the Ministry of Defense should have an interface in this. I concede that some budget provision has been made regarding Ministry of Environment and the Lands Ministry. But we cannot discount the Ministry of Defense, and that is an aspect we need to look at. So we are going forward. I have seen report of a number of PPP interventions regarding the Ministry of Defense. I am a layman. I am not so experienced when it comes to defense issues. But is it the case that PPP arrangement is ideal when it comes to our Ministry of Defense? So I think it's something we need to look at going forward. It cannot be the case that the Ministry of Defense goes into a project and then we need private hand PPP. And some of these PPP interventions, we have expatriates involved. We have expatriates involved in some of these PPP interventions. My fundamental understanding of security arrangement, I think it's something we need to look at. So, Speaker, without adding more, I think the funding gaps, the two funding gaps, the one in respect of the agencies of the ministry, 116 million Ghana cedis, and then the one in respect of CAPEX, some 570 million. Either of them would have to be met. We cannot leave the two to be outstanding. Let me conclude on the Afari Military Hospital. Minister, I am aware the previous government completed it. It's done and dusted. Your duty it is to go out there and commission it. So for the records, the Afari Military Project has been done. It's done and dusted by the previous administration. Your duty it is to go out there and commission it. And then when you are commissioning that project, try and give glory to the past administration for the good work they've done. Speaker, having said this, just to focus on the outstanding gap, the 116 million and the 570, I think the majority leader will have to take this matter up. The Ministry of Defense has a funding gap of 116 million and a certain CAPEX, 570 million plus. We can't leave this to outstand. The minister, the majority leader should take this matter up. The finance minister should be related to, and some intervention should be engaged to ensure that if we cannot complete it all,
thank you.
At least we meet them midway. I thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, Minority Leader. Honorable Boja, he's your friend, so don't.
Mr. Speaker, I've sat through the debate on this report, and I thank you for the opportunity to add my voice. First, I commend the Minister for appearing before the committee together with his deputy and helping us to understand issues regarding his ministry. I also commend him for that early days working relationship between him and his deputy. We've been seeing them working together. It's good for democracy that when people are made ministers, they work with their deputies and help them build capacity. So, Speaker, I want to urge the minister that some of these challenges are not to be colored with partisan views. The ministry he heads is a very sensitive ministry. Not too long ago, I heard him in the media lamenting and also making some allegations, against the previous administration that they were owing suppliers and they did not pay and all that. I mean, these are very needless, because he's working in a very sensitive environment. He will need parliament. Today, he's quiet, listening to the contributions from the minority side. Your duty at cabinet was to make your case. And when they were making the case for you, you were happy. Yet, you use the media to lambast the previous administration. Now, you've seen the budget before you. Can you pay them? Is it enough? So, don't be in a hurry to attack the one you succeeded. It's not good for the country and the ministry you head. Mr. Speaker, that said, I move to the next important thing, the budget. Mr. Speaker, we are hearing some 2.7 billion being spent at the Jubilee House, Office of Government Machinery. We are also seeing in this same budget some $800 million. $800 million, yes. Some 800 million for the big push. Yet, the security of the state, the men and women in the armed forces, you are giving them a paltry sum of some 6 billion, of which over 70% is going into compensation. Please. Mr. Speaker, let me pause on this submission and address a preliminary issue. The Minister for Roads and Highways, Mr. Speaker, we work together in leadership. I told him to remain in this house. He told me he was going. He comes here to cause trouble. The corrupt contractors are looking for you. Go and pay them. Then you come here and each time you come, trouble. You come here, the temperature will be going up. Please, Mr. Speaker, that's by the way. So, Mr. Speaker, I believe that the government must know its priorities and get the priorities right. You
are saying that you're giving over $290 million to support PMMC, which is on its way to metamorphose into gold bond. And then you are telling us that the gold bond, they are going to buy and sell gold and also regulate. This is what you are telling Ghanaians, that this gold bond, you are going to release $290 million. And you are also going to buy from small-scale miners. How sure are we of your intent? But we'll leave that for another day. But I ask a simple question. Why is it that when it comes to the Ministry of Defense, those who are sacrificing what they need to do their work is not a priority to you? Then this so-called reset, what is it about? And then the minister comes to Parliament, does not make a case at Cabinet, comes to Parliament. Yes, well, if you made your case at Cabinet, speak into the mic. You don't make your case in Cabinet. You allow Cabinet, because before this budget,
Honorable Minority Leader, your colleague,
before this budget, the majority leader told us that there was going to be a cabinet meeting to discuss the budget before.
Honorable Minority Leader.
And the defense minister did not make a case.
Your colleague.
Oh, very well, Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
If you are recognizing him on a point of order,
yes,
it's no problem.
Yes.
But he should make sure he doesn't argue.
Yes. Honorable Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, the Minority Leader does not know what happened at Cabinet. He is unable to tell. So he cannot say that the minister did not make his case in Cabinet. And Mr. Speaker, the minister is also under oath. So the minister is unable to get up and also disclose proceedings of Cabinet. Mr. Speaker, it is convenient for him to stay away from that kind of allegation and discussion, because the minister cannot respond and he cannot also substantiate his claim. So, Mr. Speaker, let us proceed with the substantive matters. And also on the issue of gold board and the purchase of gold. If government purchases gold, it is an asset. It is an asset. It's not an expenditure. It is an asset which will be used to exchange for products, which will then be used to repay for the purchase of the gold.
Leader, when you get there, then you can. So, Honorable
Mr. Speaker, so I've now seen through the new strategy of the Majority Leader. When I make my submission, he has to counter immediately. So this is not a point of order, but another submission from the NDC caucus. Very well, that's okay. Mr. Speaker, I was not at Cabinet, but if the minister was able to make his case at Cabinet, this wouldn't be the amount to be allocated. Does that mean that he was bullied at Cabinet? That he could not tell Cabinet the priorities of his ministry, and then Dr. Forson took all the money to the big push, $800 million to big push. What is a big push? This government does not know its priorities. Because if it got its priorities right, the defense ministry will not be giving $6 billion, of which over 70% is only going into compensation. You are in government now. Forget about yesterday. You said you are resetting. You said you are resetting. It is you who is in government. We are holding your feet to the fire. Mr. Speaker,
Why would you give $290 million to gold bond? That they should go and buy gold, galamsey gold. They should go and sell galamsey gold. You are using this to encourage, you are spending $290 million to encourage galamsey and leaving the Defense and Interior Ministry. How can you give them a paltry sum of $6 billion? And I don't blame it on the finance minister. I blame it on the Minister of Defense. What did he do at cabinet? What did he do at cabinet? And he expects parliamentarians on this side to be his advocates. No. Go back to cabinet. Go back to cabinet and make your case. This amount is not enough. Mr. Speaker, look at other ministries. They have made some allocations for them. Why this paltry sum? my submission and encourage the defense minister to make his case properly for sufficient allocation, at least in the mid-year review. It's very important. Mr. Speaker, I want to end here by saying that the House should, notwithstanding all reservations, approve the estimate committee. Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker.
Of the debate. Yes.
Clarify something. So 2 minutes.
We'll continue to prioritize the defense ministry, including the Ghana Armed Forces. Even today, as I presented to the Ghana Armed Forces 5,000 mini bags of rice, 6,555 bottles of cooking oil, 4,800 tins of mackerel, 4,800 tins of tomatoes. But, Mr. Speaker, even as we ask for more material, we suggest to everyone vividly that if you compare the allocation of 6,371,467,598 to the Ministry of Defense in 2025 to the 3 billion. So we are comparing 6 billion to 3 billion. To 3,891,151,856, you realize that this year's allocation is a quantum leap of 63.7%. Mr. Speaker, I didn't say 38%. It is 63.7%. Mr. Speaker, I thank you very much for your encouraging us to do more, but it will be placed on record that a 63.7% quantum leap is a clear indication of the trajectory. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honorable members, at the conclusion of the debate, all those in favor that the motion listed 33 in today's order paper be adopted, say aye. All those against say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. The motion is adopted, and that this honorable House has approved the sum of 6,371,467,598 Ghana cedis for the services of the Ministry of Defense for the year ending 31st December 2025. Yes, leader.
Mr. Speaker, we will go back and take item 17, page 5. Item 17. Oh, he's not. Oh. Yeah. Mr. Speaker, I would like to make an appeal to vary the order of business and take addendum for the finance minister to be able to lay some bills. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Minority Whip.
Speaker, the deputy leader knows what to do.
That's all right.
The minister is here. The respected Attorney General has been sitting here all day. Yes. He has been sitting all day. Is it the case that you don't like him? Is it the case that you don't like him? Why would you want to vary the order of business? The finance minister just walked in. The finance minister, he just walked in. Show some respect to the AG. He has been here all day.
Mr. Speaker, we are doing this with a very good understanding from the AG. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, the Attorney General is also a bona fide member of this House. He has been very cooperative, and we know what stuff is made of He is upholding human rights. He is upholding human rights, and he needs this budget for the purpose of his work. We can't delay the Attorney General any further in this chamber. The Attorney General must be heard, and he knows we support him. So, Mr. Speaker, I support the case of the minority chief whip, that we must hear the Attorney General and take his budget and take his report. We cannot vary. Yes, we should take the Attorney General. Even if he is after us, we will show him love. Even if he is after us, we will show him love. We should take his report.
Honorable members. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, the Attorney General has just agreed, with your kind leave, to lay the bills on behalf of the Finance Minister has come back. But Attorney General indicated to me that he was willing to lay the bills on behalf of the Finance Minister. Mr. Speaker, can we just proceed to lay the bills?
But I just wanted to find out.
We can take the estimates of the Attorney General.
Yes, but I just wanted to find out, Special Prosecutor, it falls under which ministry? The Attorney General. So if you are taking 17, which is the Special Prosecutor, then it falls squarely on the Attorney General. So you can move the motion. Oh, very well. I didn't. So that is this. Oh, the deputy leader said 17. So that is why. Very well. Yes.
We have since morning we have been exceedingly magnanimous, and in same context we will give in to them. Let the Finance Minister do the laying of the papers. He's laying. Mr. Speaker, I want to place on record that a special award needs to be given to the minority chief whip for his level of cooperation, collaboration, support, assistance is legendary. Let the records capture that he has been very, very cooperative. And when it comes to printing books, let the book that talks about the minority chief will be the biggest book.
Yes, let me invite the Finance Minister to do us the honors.
No, Mr. Speaker, it's not possible. Mr. Speaker, unfortunately, you took leave of us early this morning, proud to his commitment. He promised my colleagues that he would acknowledge their industry by writing to them individually. Mr. Speaker, I know the sense of this House. We stayed all the way to 1 a.m. and you said you would acknowledge it by writing to them. Wait. They've checked from their pigeonholes. The mail's room, there are no letters acknowledging their industry of last night. And then you come again that you have papers to lay. Mr. Speaker, the majority side, have you received your letters? Have you received your letters? Have you received your letters? No. Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, the minority leader knows that it is not every letter that is picked from the
I guess we don't need to discuss this.
Some letters are picked from the office of the
Honorable, please. We don't need to discuss this, please. So, Honorable Finance Minister, may you do us the honors.
An act to amend the Public Financial Management Act 2016, Act 921, to provide for the new fiscal responsibility rules, establish an independent fiscal council to promote budget credibility, macroeconomic stability, fiscal and debt sustainability, and to provide for related matters. An act to amend the Minerals Income Investment Fund Act 2018, Act 978, to transfer mineral income to the Minerals Income Holding Account and to provide for related matters. An act to amend the Petroleum Revenue Management Act 2011, Act 815, to provide for all the annual budget funding amount to be used for infrastructure development and provide for related matters. An act to amend the Ghana Cocoa Board Act 1984, PNDC Law 81, to change the supervisory Ministry of Cocoa Board from the Ministry of Food and Agriculture to the Ministry of Finance, establish the Producer Price Review Committee and Producer Price Review Technical Committee to improve financial oversight and ensure policy coherence and the efficient management of resources in the cocoa sector, and to prohibit quasi-fiscal activities by Cocoa Board, including construction of cocoa roads. An act to amend the Public Procurement Authority Act 2003, Act 663, to make authorization for commencement certificates a prerequisite for all procurements to be funded by central government and provide for related matters.
Honourable members, the bills listed 1, A, B, C, D, E is hereby laid and is referred to the Finance Committee for consideration and report. Yes, are we taking the 2 as well? The 2. Okay. Yes. Now, majority leaders.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, so we will now go back to the other paper, the original other paper, and look at page 5, item 17. Motion number 17, yeah. On the other paper, 17. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Very well. Honorable Attorney General and Minister for Justice.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that this Honorable House approves the sum of 146,750,289 Ghana cedis for the services of the Office of the Special Prosecutor for the year ending 31st December 2025. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. The chairman of the committee to second the motion.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I beg to second the motion that this Honorable House approves a sum of 146,750,289 Ghana cedis for the services of the Office of the Special Prosecutor for the year ending 31st December 2025. In so doing, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to make some brief comments on this, on the report, and I pray that the Hansard Department captures the entire report as if it was read fully. Mr. Speaker, like the AG and his ministry, the Office of the Special Prosecutor has been in the news for the very good reasons. Indeed, they did some investigations, prosecutions, savings, corruption preventions, and the rest. In 2004, Mr. Speaker, the office concluded investigations into several prominent corruption-related cases. Key amongst those were Cecilia Dapar case, the Charles Bisiu case, the Ghana Police Service recruitment exercise of Corps 51 cadet officers, the Airbus case. Additionally, the OSP initiated investigations into other significant matters, including the SML, Strategic Mobilization Ghana Limited, and the National Cathedral Project.
Indeed, administrative malpractices at the National Service Authority and the appropriation, sale and lease of state-owned lands. Mr. Speaker, they prosecuted a number of cases. Just to mention a few of them, the office initiated legal action against some individuals, including the former CEO of the Public Procurement Authority, the former executives of the Northern Development Authority, and indeed the President's nominee for a chief executive role of Job and Municipal Assembly. Significantly, Mr. Speaker, the OSP was able to make some savings by just doing a pilot project, Mr. Speaker, in 2 regions. They were able to
Honorable Chairman, please just be snappy.
Mr. Speaker, it's striking and significant to note that the OSP carried a sensitization program to the young people of this country. They say if you want to fight corruption, fight it from the grassroots by educating the young people on how to avoid corruption. Mr. Speaker, the fight continues, so they need money to continue with the activities. The committee, after conducting a comprehensive review of the 2025 programs and the annual budget estimates of the Office of the Special Prosecutor, concludes that the proposed initiatives are in line with the strategic objectives necessary for advancing the fight against corruption and corruption-related activities in the country. The committee accordingly recommends to the House to adopt this report and approve the sum of 146,750,289 Ghana cedis to finance the implementation and programs and activities of the Office of the Special Prosecutor. I so submit.
Thank you very much. Yes, Honorable Tampori.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to support the recommendation of the committee for the approval of the sum indicated in the report, 146 million